There's Carson. We'll be with you for a little while, and then Chase Parham will be in time for the 1 o'clock start. Ole Miss, Texas A&M, their series finale this afternoon in College Station. We'll have the MPW Digital Watch Party presented by the Rogue at 1 o'clock. So enjoy. Hope you enjoy most of your day with us. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Happy Mother's Day to my mom, to Carson's mom, to all the moms. Hope you have a wonderful Sunday. It's a wet kind of Sunday here in Oxford, but hope you spend part of the day with us as well. And we'll have content throughout the day at rebelgrove.com. Carson, how are you?
Good. Nothing to say, I guess.
You have nothing to say on a podcast? That's not good. We'll have to have some.
I haven't done anything yet.
So. Okay, we'll talk about some stuff in a minute. First, I do want to tell you that we're brought to you by Lammons. Lammons is at 1126 North Lamar Boulevard in Oxford. They've been serving the Oxford area for almost 75 years. From engagement rings to wedding rings to fine jewelry, watches, pearls, fashion jewelry, children's jewelry, collectibles, and more. Lammons is the gold standard in fine jewelry. You can visit them at lammonsfinejewelry.com, or you can call them at 662-234-2777. All right, it's the last week of the NBA regular season. 1 week from today is the final day until the whole play-in thing. And the play-in thing is creating some headlines around the league. I don't know how much of this you've seen. LeBron James got upset about it earlier in the week. He said, and I quote, "Whoever came up with this blank," rhymes with hit, "whoever came up with this blank needs to be fired." Years ago, LeBron James actually was an advocate for something like this. Earlier this year, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, expressed his disgust with the play-in tournament. I would argue, and I'm reading a column here by John Hollinger of The Athletic, and he agrees with me, or I agree with him is probably the better way to put it, that this is working perfectly. Because instead of us talking if you follow the NBA, instead of the conversation being about nothing but who all is tanking, we're talking mostly about who all is battling for that 9th spot, 10th spot. More teams are trying to get into a playoff kind of a deal to give themselves a chance to make the actual playoffs, and there's more teams involved in it. We'll pull up records and stuff in a minute, but it's created a lot more competition in a year when the league's TV ratings are way down, where there's concern about eyeballs. It's one of the few things that has created some compelling storylines.
I mean, here's not one thing about it. Say if you're the 9 or the 10 and you make it to the playoffs, do you still get your lottery pick? Or does that get taken away? How does that work?
I don't think you do. I think you fall out of the lottery. But, you know, if you're bottom of the lottery, 12, 13, 11, 10, 11, 12, 13 in the lottery, you're not getting impact. The odds of you landing the type of player, Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, those types of players, the odds of you getting one of those players at 12 or 13 is
pretty low, yeah.
It's really remote. Yeah, I mean, if you're at that spot, wouldn't you rather make a playoff series? I mean, this year it's a little different because of the whole COVID stuff and crowds and stuff, but in a typical NBA season, if you're the Washington Wizards, let's use them as an example because they're in this mix, wouldn't you rather, if you have Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal finally playing well, and the Wizards are really playing well down the stretch, wouldn't you rather make a playoff end up being the 8 seed and take a shot at Milwaukee in a playoff series than you would have the 12th pick in the draft?
Yeah. I mean,
I would too. And so to me, you get these teams. So what you get now, like as Hollinger points out, down the stretch, teams like Portland and Dallas and the Lakers, instead of those teams sort of winding it down and getting ready for their playoff series, Portland and Dallas are fighting like mad to hang on to 5 and 6 so that they don't fall into that 7 range. And the Lakers would do anything to get the hell out of the 7 and into the 6 or into the 5, where they wouldn't have to play in a playoff where all it takes is a short little burst by San Antonio, for example, and you're out.
Wait, where are the Lakers? What seed?
All right, we'll start there. We'll go to the West. So we'll talk about this with the West. Let me get to that. And I'll tell you exactly where the Lakers are, because the Lakers are the 7 seed. So I'm gonna guide you through it. So we'll start. I've got this ready. I did my homework. We'll start with the Western Conference. Okay? Right now in the Western Conference, these are through last night's games. Utah's the 1 seed. They don't have to worry about the playoffs. They're 50-18, 4 games to go. Phoenix is right behind them, game and a half back at 48-19. They're in great shape. Clippers are in great shape, 45-22. Denver, you're wearing a Nuggets jersey today. The Nuggets 44-24, great shape. Here's where it gets interesting, okay? Dallas is the 5, 39-28. Portland is the 6, a half game back of the Mavs. The Lakers, a game and a half out of the 6 at 37-30. Golden State about 2.5 behind them at 35-33. Memphis a half game behind Golden State at 34-33. San Antonio right now is the 10, 32-35. The Pelicans still alive at 30-37. Sacramento probably kind of alive while they're running out of time, 29-38. But they're still in it. The only teams that are out of the West, Oklahoma City, Minnesota, and Houston. So you'll see that roll against the scroll again. Roll through the scroll again, and you'll see what we're talking about here. So you look at what's left to play for here in the final week of the regular season. Utah and Phoenix are playing for the 1 seed. Both could finish number 1. The Clippers probably have the least to play for. They're 45-22. Realistically, they're not catching either one of those teams, but they don't want probably the 4. They'd probably rather be the 3. Denver's right there. But if you're Dallas, you can't take your foot off the gas right now. If you're Portland, you can't take your foot off the gas right now because you know the Lakers are going to try. Mm-hmm. And then on the back end, you're Golden State, Memphis, San Antonio. Those teams are looking like they're going to be in the play-in. But if you're San Antonio, you've got to keep going because New Orleans is just 2 back. Sacramento's just 3 back. You can't tank right now. And so instead of us talking about all these teams that are tanking, when you and I have a tanking conversation in a minute, we're only going to talk about Oklahoma City, who's tanking like a son of a – and Houston, who might be tanking even worse than the Thunder. And for whatever reason, the Timberwolves have decided to start winning. So that's the West, and here's the East. It's kind of the same thing. The Eastern Conference standings, these are through Saturday night's games. Philadelphia is the 1 seed. The 76ers are 47-21. Brooklyn is now 3 games back, so that looks to be pretty set there. Philly's going to be the 1. Brooklyn is a game over Milwaukee for the half game over Milwaukee for the 2. Then there's a fall. The Knicks are 4th, 37-30. Atlanta right behind them at 37-31. Miami's 36-31. And then you've got Boston, Charlotte, Washington, and Indiana that are all going to be in the playoff, in the play-in. Chicago, for whatever reason, as hard as they've tried to be a playoff contender, they're not. Toronto's out. Orlando is probably playing a little better than their fans would like for them to play. Same for Cleveland. And then Detroit, 20-48. They've actually played decent down the stretch, more decent than they probably should have. But we're not having a big tanking conversation. Instead, we're talking about teams that are positioning themselves for playoffs. And if you're a team like Boston, went into this season as a title contender, they thought. Jason Tatum playing some of the best basketball of his career. And what do we have? You have a Boston team that now is fighting to avoid being in the playoffs. You're going to get their best basketball down the stretch.
I mean, Yeah, Boston, they've built a good team. They just, I don't know. They can't win.
So Boston and the Knicks play each other on the last day of the season. Normally a game where both teams would like sit people. This could be a game where it's got a playoff feel to it as they position themselves. One of them trying to avoid the play-in.
Yeah.
And one trying to put themselves in position
where are the Knicks again? They're like 5 or 4.
Yeah, they're like 5th, but they're all jammed together after the first 3 or 4 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, he makes the point, quoting again from John Hollinger in The Athletic, he says, one of the side benefits is what we're not talking about, tanking. Most notably, we've hardly heard a peep about the Thunder's mad dash for the 3rd worst record in maximum ping pong balls, which has seen them go 2-22 with a staggering minus 18.5 scoring margin since March the 23rd. We'll talk about the Thunder in a minute. He says the Thunder have thus far been outflanked in that department by a Houston team that is a breathtaking 5-39 in its last 44 games. But we're not talking about that. We're not talking about tanking. You're talking about the Lakers trying to avoid a play-in, Boston trying to avoid a play-in. You're talking about teams like Memphis who kind of look good here lately, look kind of interesting. Memphis is going to get a shot in a playoff series or in a play-in type of series to get into the playoffs.
Right, yeah.
And if you're a Grizzlies fan, as much as you wouldn't mind seeing them get another piece,
that's still exciting.
You get
first playoff basketball you've seen since Zach Randolph, and Mike Conley.
Yeah, and so you get Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson in their first playoff series with some of the nice young pieces that they have on that team.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, if I'm a Grizzlies fan, I'd much rather see that. All right, let's see. We got a couple of. All right, we'll go here. Leif says, "What Nuggets jersey is Carson wearing?" Show him the jersey.
15. That's Jokic.
Yep, got his Nikola Jokic jersey.
It's the City jersey. City version. That was from last year.
Yeah. I think so. There's a debate about Jokic. It started, if you kept up with this, you had a busy week with all sorts of school and testing and stuff. Nick Wright, who's with Fox Sports Arizona, was campaigning essentially for Chris Paul to win the MVP. And he said, historically speaking, Nikola Jokic would be the worst MVP we've had in 35 years. And Sam Amick of the Athletic dug into that.
Well, who was the guy's name?
Nick Wright.
Well, he sounds like a casual then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call him the worst MVP of all time. Or in the last 35 years.
No. Here's the case.
He's great.
Here is exactly how great Nikola Jokic is. Number one, this season, when Murray went down, a lot of people, self-included, thought, well, that's it for them. They're done. They're not done. They've played remarkably good basketball. They made the deal at the trade deadline.
Aaron Gordon.
And Aaron Gordon's fit them perfectly. But Jokic has put this team on his back and has played MVP basketball. So here's a little history on Jokic. See if I can find all of this. This is remarkably good stuff. Let's see. I'm getting to it. Okay, here we go. Jokic is one of 3 players ever to average at least 16 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists in his first 5 NBA seasons. Care to guess who the other 2 are?
Who?
Oscar Robertson and Larry Bird. Pretty good. And among those 3, Jokic's true shooting percentage during those first 5 seasons is the best, 60.4, better than Robertson's 56.7, and better than Larry Bird's 54.7. So, I mean, you're in that category.
What are his stats this year, like points per game?
So I'm about to get to those.
I know his assists are high, but
this before the season, he was averaging 26.4 points, 10.9 rebounds, and 8.4 assists. He's doing something statistically that only Oscar Robertson and Russell Westbrook have ever done. And this season, he's doing it more efficiently than either one of those players. His true shooting percentage is 64.5% right now. It's a stunning number. And no one can guard him. If you watch some of their recent games, Golden State tried to put Draymond Green on him. Draymond Green, historically one of the best defenders in the league, couldn't handle him. And then Rudy Gobert struggled with him. And Rudy Gobert's going to win defensive MVP again. Rudy Gobert is going to be the defensive MVP from now until
who knows when.
He's the best defensive player in the league, except he can't guard Jokic, which could make a Denver-Utah second-round series just fascinating.
Big,
yeah.
Well, and also who stepped it up for them is, I think Michael Porter Jr. has been really good.
He has. Porter's been really good.
And then I thought the addition of Gordon was cool. I'm not sure how he's played, but still. That's still not a bad team, though. They have, like, Paul Millsap as well. They're good on forwards. I don't know about guards, though.
So these are the players that people are talking about for MVP. Okay? This is, let's see, who's this right here? Zach Harper with The Athletic. The Athletic's NBA coverage is just terrific. They said right now, if you did all NBA first team, the guards are Steph Curry, Golden State, your boy Luka Doncic with Dallas. The forwards would be Giannis Antetokounmpo of Milwaukee, Julius Randle, who's had a special season with the Knicks. People just don't talk. It's weird, isn't it? Because you always heard people say, you know, if the Knicks ever got going because of the big market, they would be. Well, they're going this year. They're a playoff team and a good team at that. And Randall's having a special season, and no one really talks about the Knicks.
Yeah.
And then the center, of course, is Jokic with Denver.
Yeah.
Who appears to be at this point. Tell me if you agree. I think he's a lock for the MVP right now.
That's what I think. Yeah, I feel like it's like you said. I feel like it's Jokic. I'd put Curry up there, and then I guess Giannis.
Yeah,
those are my top three.
Steph has had the kind of season that,
like, I know all he does is shoots a bunch of threes, but I mean, he gets to go put up 30-something points a night. He's still getting the assist. I know they suck. They don't suck.
Yeah, they don't, though. Yeah.
They're not great, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, I mean, still.
But if Steph doesn't have an MVP caliber season, I think they do suck.
Yeah.
Because there's
there's
no Klay Thompson, and Draymond's on the backside of his career.
Yeah, and I think they're 2 games over 500 after last night.
I think that's right.
I think they're 35 and 33, I'm pretty sure.
So the second team, he's got Chris Paul of the Suns, Damian Lillard with Portland, who's just been both of those guys have been spectacular. Mm-hmm. They've just carried their teams.
And I feel like Dame's in the conversation too, but I don't think people would vote him enough. I just don't know.
No, I don't think he should be in the MVP conversation. I'll tell you why in a second. Because it's not because anything he's doing. It's because of some other people are doing. At forward, he's got second team forward. He's got Paul George and Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, who both have played really well. At center, he's got Joel Embiid, who is just having an MVP caliber season. The problem is he's having it at the same time that Jokic is having a career year. And then third team, he's got 2 of my favorite players. Actually, this third team is comprised of pretty much 5 of my favorite players in the game. So I should cheer for this team. Devin Booker of the Suns, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, 2 guys that I talk about all the time. I love Booker, and I think I like Mitchell even more. Zion Williamson, who is quickly playing his way into living up to his hype. He's a freak of nature. Jason Tatum, who's just special, went for 60 points the other night. And then his third team is Rudy Gobert of the Jazz. Did
you see Tatum hold up like the 60?
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah. He has the All-NBA COVID-19 made this year look bizarre team. He's got Harden, Kyrie, LeBron, Durant, and Anthony Davis. 5 guys that are superstars that have just had weird years. So I don't think there's any question that Jokic is going to win. But I think the only other people that you can make real arguments for, I do think you can make an argument for Steph.
Yeah.
And
that would be his third, wouldn't it, if you want it?
I think so. You can make an argument for Giannis.
Did you see his game against Brooklyn the other night? He could not miss from three. I remember seeing something on Instagram. It was James Harden, Blake Griffin. They were just shaking their heads. Couldn't believe it. I mean, he would not miss from three.
You know, he keeps taking that shot, and a lot of people criticize it. A lot of people look at Milwaukee and go, "What are you doing?" I mean, but statistically, he needs to shoot that shot because for him, and we're going to talk about some underrated players in a minute. I think Milwaukee's a legitimate threat.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the way they play defense and because of the addition of Jrue Holiday, who has completely changed their team, given them another weapon, taking some pressure off Chris Middleton, taking some pressure off Giannis, frankly. But to finish my point, the only other guy that I think you could make an argument for MVP, Embiid, and I do think if it had started just a little bit earlier in the season, I think you could start to make an argument for Luka, who plays on an otherwise very average basketball team and has taken them to
maybe a
5 seed. Yeah, you know, where I think a Dallas-Denver first-round matchup is scary for Denver because anytime Luka's on the floor in a 7-game series, you've got to account for him.
Yeah, like I'm curious to see whether he stays in the future or just leaves. If I were him, I'd be really disappointed with that team.
You know, if I were Luka, I'd be pretty disappointed too with what's around me.
I would consider leaving too.
I would go to the Thunder if I were Luka for sure, right? I mean, I would definitely go to the
I don't know why. I think they just sound like a cool team to go to.
Yeah.
Nothing about my favorite team or anything.
No, nothing like that. Now, I don't know what's going to happen there, but those would be my guys. But I think it's obvious that Jokic is the MVP this year, which I'm not sure too many people saw that coming. And, you know,
he doesn't look like somebody who would be an MVP. Like, I feel like if you didn't know who Nikola Jokic is or who Nikola Jokic, I think if you saw a picture of him, you'd just think he's just some.
So here's the other reason.
Serbian dude.
The other reason I look forward to the playoffs. The playoffs, you start to get to see some players that we don't talk about every day because they're not household names. So this is, again, it's John Hollinger with his most underrated. This is his all underrated team. And he's got them ranked 1 through 10, okay? Number 1 most underrated player, and I completely agree with this. A lot of people don't like him because of the COVID thing and what happened in Oklahoma City last year and all that. But Rudy Gobert, number 1. Rudy Gobert's Utah outscores opponents by 15.4 points per 100 possessions with Gobert on the floor. With him off the floor, Utah's outscored by 1.5 points. So, I mean, you can talk about Mike Conley, and I stubbornly talk about Donovan Mitchell, but the guy who carries the Jazz is Rudy Gobert. He's number 1. And then starting at number 2 is Jrue Holiday with the Bucks. And Holiday's season this year is been amazing. I think he allows the Bucks to be a true contender because he's shooting 56.4% from 2, 39.4 from 3, and he's got a career high 19.8 PER. And then he's an all defense kind of guy, which in a playoff series, he and Middleton on the same team take a lot of pressure off Giannis. They're going to be able to lock down some teams. It's the Nets are the most talented team in the East, but they can't stay healthy. Their ability to they're going to have to be at full strength to beat a Milwaukee in a 7-game series, in my opinion. And I think we're going to get that series like in the second round. We're going to get a Brooklyn-Milwaukee 7-game series that should be a lot of fun.
You said Middleton Holiday?
Yeah, Jrue. Yeah, He's been terrific.
He's been really good. Yeah.
He came over from New Orleans where he really didn't fit, and he fits in Milwaukee. And then he's got a handful of Grizzlies in this list. Anthony Melton, the shooting guard for the Grizz, just a 6'2" shooting guard, so nobody talks about him. Yet Memphis is one of those teams. With Melton on the floor, they outscore opponents 7.1 points per 100 possessions. They're a minus 1.5 per 100 without him. It's pretty significant on that team. He, when you pair him with Ja Morant, they've been, and with Brooks,
Clark and Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah. Derek White, shooting guard for San Antonio, is fourth on this list. Clint Capella, who kind of got a new lease on life when he got away from James Harden in Houston. He goes to Atlanta and is very quietly having a very respectable season there. 59.3% from the floor, which means he's being very efficient with the shots that he takes. Leads the team in both offensive and defensive rebounds. Leads the league in rebound rate.
They've got a good team. They just can't win games. Hawks.
So he's got Jonas Valanciunas of Memphis as the sixth most underrated player. 23.4% rebound rate, the third best in the league. When he's on the floor, the Grizzlies get 53.7% of the boards when he plays, just 47.5% when he doesn't. So he's making a tremendous difference for them on the glass. He's got Danny Green, who helped the Lakers win a championship last year. Really stabilized Philadelphia some this year, giving him a shooter, even though he's 33 years old. Got Rashawn Holmes, the center for Sacramento, at 8. My guy, who I talk about with you a lot, Mikal Bridges, the small forward for Phoenix, is having a spectacular season, and no one notices it because he's the fourth option on that team. He's one of the reasons that I think the Suns are a legitimate contender to win the West. They've got that backcourt with Chris Paul and Devin Booker, two guys that can take games over. The big guy in the middle is having a fantastic year, DeAndre Ayton. And Bridges is up to scoring rate from 15.5 points per 100 possessions all the way up to 21.2 points per 100 possessions. He's become much more than just a three-point shooter. He's shooting 64.3% inside the arc, which tells you that he's getting to the basket, getting dunks, getting layups. He's creating off the dribble, which is something he did not do a year ago.
Yeah, I feel like Chris Paul has helped them tremendously.
He has. He definitely has. I was listening to an interview with Mikal Bridges, and he was talking about Chris Paul, but he was also talking about – it's the reason I think Monty Williams is going to be the coach of the year. Monty Williams has just been a difference maker. But then at number 10, he's got Kyle Anderson, the small forward for Memphis. Memphis has this really talented team. It's kind of full circle with our conversation. They didn't have Jaren Jackson for the bulk of the season. Ja missed a bunch of time when he got hurt. They kind of went through this little funky deal for a little while where they frankly looked like a bad basketball team. But they don't look like a bad basketball team now. And now you have these pieces that fit together, and they're going to get a shot probably against Golden State in a play-in. That will be really fun to watch. Steph Curry against these young guys.
Yeah, and I think down the road, I feel like Memphis could be really good because that group of Ja, Triple J.
Yeah, but you have people like Melton.
Melton.
Yeah.
Clark.
And Valanciunas.
Brooks, Valanciunas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a nice team. And
it's really young.
It's a young.
Other than Valanciunas, it's really young.
Yeah, I'm excited if it's them. Look, it's probably going to be them against either the Lakers or the Warriors. They're going to scare the hell out of either one of those teams.
Yeah.
And frankly, I don't.
Will Ja be back in time?
Yeah, Ja's back.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jaren Jackson's playing now, beginning to get a few more minutes. They have these pieces. It's a free shot for them. I mean, the future of that organization is really bright. Leif says it's funny how people thrive without playing with Harden. Harden's a weird guy. He goes to Brooklyn, and without Harden, Brooklyn's in trouble.
He's completely changed his play style, which is the weirdest thing.
He just didn't need to be in Houston anymore.
No.
They're
I don't think Houston was a good market for him, let alone anybody. Like, I think there was a reason Russ wanted out after that first year. I know it was about Harden too, but still.
You mentioned Russ. Russell Westbrook tied Oscar Robertson for career triple-doubles last night. He's
181.
Is that what the number is, 181?
I think so.
It's an incredible number.
Yeah. He'll surpass it. Who knows when.
What's Russell Westbrook's legacy?
What do you mean?
What's his legacy in the NBA? If he were to retire today, let's say he breaks the record, and I mean he's obviously not going to. He's going to keep playing. But what do you think? When people look back on Russell Westbrook, what do you think they'll say? What's the knock on? What's the paragraph on Russell Westbrook? I know he's your guy. What's the paragraph on Russell Westbrook?
Like how good he was? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, will people remember him for how good he was, or will people remember him as he couldn't win a title?
Probably both.
I hate the no title thing. And you're right. That's what because Stephen A. Smith did that recently.
But there's so many guys in the league that have been great all these years and still haven't ever won a ring. You've seen Chris Paul, known as one of the probably top 5 point guards of all time by the time he retires.
Yeah. No ring.
Never won a ring.
John Stockton never won a ring.
No. And look at him. He's like...
Karl Malone never won a ring.
Yeah. There's a lot
Charles
of guys.
Barkley never won a ring. Guys from my time.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many guys that they haven't won a ring. They've still had great careers. They're going to be Hall of Fame players.
Well, we're going to start doing this with Giannis here soon. We're going to start doing this with Luka soon. I can't stand it. It's so hard to win a ring. And you watch, if the Bucks don't win one this year, now that Giannis has signed the extension to stay in Milwaukee, it's going to be ring watch. And he's in his 20s, for God's sake.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I feel like the ring nowadays, you kind of have to be with some super team. I mean, you saw Durant.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not trying to say a bunch of crap on Durant just because I'm an OKC fan, but I mean, when he left us, those 2 rings that he won, they were easy. I mean, the only game, I can't remember whether that first ring they won, was that like a 6-5 game series? What was that? I know the second.
They beat
Cleveland.
They beat Cleveland. I want to say it was a 6-game series, but it may have been 5. I don't remember. But they were so superior to that team because wasn't Kevin Love hurt and he didn't play, and
they had LeBron James and I don't even think Kyrie. I think Kyrie was
Kyrie.
They had Kyrie that year, I think.
I just can't remember.
When that second year, that final Durant year, I think, not final Durant year, the year before Toronto won it, it was literally LeBron James, Kevin Love, Tristan Thompson. You had like J.R. Smith, Chetty Osman, what was a terrible team, George Hill, against 3 of the best scorers of all time, then Draymond Green, and they swept them. They got swept. The Cavaliers did. And that was the ring that I completely despised just because you never see sweeps in the finals. And then all of a sudden you'll have Durant, Curry, and Thompson, Draymond against LeBron James and Kevin Love.
Yeah, well, you know what I thought of it. I mean, I thought if you go back and look at that decision,
it was a sad move.
It was
really a weak move.
It was
in my
weak.
opinion.
It was definitely weak. I mean, I look at the way it's kind of it's funny, and I realize there's some bias here. And I do think it's fair to say, hey, Westbrook played on these teams and never won a title. I would love to have seen what would happen if Russell had not gotten hurt in that series against Houston in 13. when he tears his meniscus and he doesn't play in the playoffs, and ultimately the Thunder lose to the Grizzlies with it's Kevin Durant and just a bunch of dudes at that point.
Against Randolph. And
against a really good Memphis team.
Grizzlies team, yeah.
That the Thunder were the best team in the NBA from a record standpoint that year. Maybe that happens. And, I mean, history is always – you can always look back on history and do that. But, Durant goes to Golden State, and the Thunder just kind of did this deal with Westbrook where they just sort of doubled down and they just said, "Hey, it's your team." And he goes and he has this historic MVP season and does all the triple-double stuff. And a lot of people say, "Oh, well, he's chasing triple-doubles." And I always thought that was unfair because that team, look, was there some chasing going on? Of course, absolutely. But on that particular team,
terrible. It was Russell Westbrook and a bunch of dudes.
It was Russell Westbrook and Steven Adams and out of shape Victor Oladipo and
young Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, and Russell Westbrook, that team was better when Westbrook got the rebound because that started the offense.
Yeah.
And so now he's gone to Washington, and Washington over the course of the last, month and a half, I don't have their exact numbers in front of me. I guess I could find them here. Washington's numbers, they're playing. I've got so many damn apps on my phone. Okay, here we go. Washington, 32-36. They're 7-3 in their last 10, and they've won 2 in a row. Beal's playing really well, but Westbrook's carrying them, and they're kind of playing a Westbrookian style of basketball. Is Washington going to win a title? No, of course not. And I don't know, is it at the end of his career when it's over, if he doesn't win a title, if he doesn't end up chasing one on a super team at the end of his career, and I don't know that Russell's wired that way, I still will look back on Russell Westbrook and go, that guy was a damn dynamo. He was. Someone in the thread says he's a modern day Iverson, and I don't disagree with that.
He's just a freak.
Just kind of, but what I always appreciate about Russell Westbrook, whether he was wearing a Thunder uniform or a Rocket uniform or now a Wizard uniform, when you turn on a Russell Westbrook game, you're gonna get the show. You're gonna get 100%. He's going to play with that chip on his shoulder, or he won't play.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that. Frankly, it's a level of toughness that
not many guys have.
And if Kevin Durant would have had it, if Kevin Durant were wired the way Russell Westbrook were wired, it's the ironic thing. If Durant were wired the way Westbrook was wired, Durant would be the best player in the league. Mm-hmm. And it really wouldn't be particularly close. But Durant's so image obsessed that sometimes he doesn't make the best basketball decisions. Georgia Rebel says, why did OKC deal Sabonis to get Paul George? I mean, they traded.
Well, it made sense.
Yeah, it traded Oladipo and Sabonis to get George. At the time, Paul George, on paper, stepped in and took Kevin Durant's place, and the Thunder should have been a contender. And they probably should have been a contender. For whatever reason, that never did completely work, and they never gave it a lot of time, and they did the Carmelo Anthony thing.
Which was very dumb.
Turned out to be dumb. And it would have worked if Carmelo would have been willing to come off the bench and be a sixth man and lead a second unit.
Super inefficient while shooting.
Yeah, and they just couldn't. They couldn't get that to completely work. I would have rather had Enes
Kanter back at that point.
Yeah.
When they made that trade for Dennis Schroeder, I was happy.
So the last thing we didn't talk about was we do this kind of every week. Handful of teams now battling for this final three spots. There we just did. How many minutes have we done? We've done this many minutes without talking about tanking. 43 minutes without talking about tanking. So let's real quick touch on the teams that are tanking here in the final week of the regular season, the final week of their season. The teams that are in the mix for the final spot, the final 3 spots, the most ping pong balls are Cleveland, Orlando, Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Detroit, and Houston. Houston will get one of the 3 spots because Houston has
terrible. They've been terrible. Yeah,
they're 16-52. It's embarrassing their level of play. They've lost their last 5. They're 1-9 in their last 10. They're awful.
I just don't want the Thunder to have the past luck of the Knicks. You know how like they'd be like the worst team, they'd get 3 or 4 out of the draft.
Cleveland is 1-9 in its last 10. Orlando's 3-7 in their last 10. I think Orlando's going to play their way out of this mix. Oklahoma City's 1-9, 2-22 in their last 24. I think the Thunder aren't going to win again. I think they're going to put teams on the floor that can't win. They're just going to play a whole lot of Pokashevsky and a whole lot of Teo Maledon and just say, "Hey, go get it, guys."
Yeah.
I think Lou Dort's going to have mysterious injuries pop up.
Same with Baisley too.
Minnesota's going to play their way out of this. They're 5-5 in their last 10, and frankly, Minnesota, since they've gotten all their people back, they're not bad.
They've got a good team on paper. They didn't
have a lot. Like Karl Anthony Towns missed most of the first part of the season, and since he's come back, they've actually played better.
Yeah.
And
D'Angelo Russell's been really good.
Yeah, he's been good since he's been back, and then Edwards is starting to play like a former number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And then Detroit, they're 2-8 in their last 10.
Probably not going to be picked up that much.
I think it's going to end up being the Thunder, the Pistons, and the Rockets with the most ping pong balls. Thunder are going to have a very nervous ping pong day.
How many ping pong balls do they have? Do you know?
Well, if you're in the bottom 3, you have
14. It's like 14.4.
I think it's 13.4. Each of those teams have a 13.4% chance of getting the first pick.
Yeah.
The Thunder will be watching their ping pong balls and the Rockets' ping pong balls. The Thunder will be hoping for the Rockets to have bad luck and go 6th, and the Thunder will be hoping to go
1 or 2 or 3.
I think they'd really love to go 1 or 2 is what I hear. Everything I hear with them is there's a lot of interest in Cade Cunningham.
And then a lot of interest in Mobley.
Yeah, Evan Mobley. They really like him a lot,
too. Is he a power forward or a center? What is he?
In today's basketball, he's probably a little bit of both. He's, and I mean, look, he just would make it work. You'd figure it out. He would. I don't think there's one player on the Thunder roster not named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander who is completely safe. I think the Thunder are going to move. They're going to do things at the deadline, but the ping pong balls could make that easier for that to happen.
In my opinion, as long as they don't trade Shai and Lou, maybe Baisley. Those are the 3 I really like. That's really about it.
Yeah, the argument would
I could care less if they trade Pokusevski, if I'm honest.
The argument on any of those guys would be it just sort of depends on how ready you are. If moving, say, Baisley moved you from 3 to 1 in the draft.
I think it could be worth it.
That might be something you do. Mentioned Coach of the Year. Do you have any thoughts on Coach of the Year?
I guess Monty Williams.
Yeah, I think it's him.
They went from one of the worst teams in the league to now the second or best.
Yeah, and so much of that is Chris Paul. I mean, we talked about MVP earlier. I think you could make an argument for Chris Paul. He's not going to win it, but you could make an argument for Chris Paul. He's had a special
I feel like
season.
He should be up there just for respect.
They'll be fun to watch in a playoff series because he's.
I'd love to see them go deep.
Yeah, I would too.
And I wouldn't be shocked if they could win the title. I wouldn't be shocked. Them or Utah. I mean, I feel like you've said it before that you kind of doubt they have a chance at winning the title, but
Utah.
Yeah, and Phoenix. I think they both could easily win it.
So the teams I think have a chance to win a title today, in the West, I mean, look, Utah's 50-18.
I think it's those top 3 teams. That's really it.
I think it's Utah. I think Phoenix. I don't think Phoenix is a title team. I just, at the end of the day, I don't know that they have enough playoff experience to beat the Clippers in a second-round series. Be fun as hell to watch now.
I think they do.
Phoenix and Clippers. I don't think Denver can win a title. I don't think Dallas can win a title. I would not want to play Portland in a playoff series.
What about the Clippers?
I think the Clippers can.
Okay.
So those are the teams in the West that I think could. And then in the East, teams that I think could win a championship.
I'd say Milwaukee and
I think Philly can win a title.
Philly. Those are my 2 teams.
I think Brooklyn can win a title because of the talent on their roster. I think Milwaukee is a title team, and I think that's it. After that, the Knicks aren't a title team.
I don't even put the Nets up there. I've doubts about injuries.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here looking. Is there a team that I think could get hot? I mean, Boston's that team that you keep waiting for it to happen, but
It just doesn't.
It's 67 games into the season. It's probably not going to happen now. And then the team in the East, I wouldn't want to play in a playoff series. I would not want to run into the Wizards in a playoff series. Just with those 2 guards, they can take over a series. Yeah, Sixers plus 1,000. If you could get that money line, that's a hell.
They're my favorite out of the East. Then it's Milwaukee. Then I guess the Nets because there's nobody else.
Embiid's been so very good.
On their defensive. All their defense is great. They've added good shooting. They can score.
He's the other coach that is in the Coach of the Year conversation is Doc Rivers.
Yeah. He's always been great, but
you know,
this year
he got criticized in Los Angeles a lot, and a lot of that was because he had 2 hats. He had to also put together the team, and he made some salary cap mistakes. But from a coaching standpoint, he's been really, really good. All right, we'll wrap this up here. Chase is going to be here just in time, so I'll keep the stream going. I'm going to do a little. I'll have to do a little engineering, change some graphics and stuff, get the studio ready for Ole Miss and Texas A&M. Again, don't forget about Lammons Fine Jewelry. They offer free estimates, in-house repairs. Got a great bridal collection, pearl collection, fashion jewelry, children's jewelry, watches, pearls, everything. So much more. It's the gold standard in fine jewelry. So lammonsfinejewelry.com. Please give them a shout and make sure that you tell them that you appreciate them sponsoring Chasing the Ring. We'll be back sometime in the next 6 or 7 days, end of season. Probably what we'll do is we'll wait for the regular season to end, and then we'll get back together and preview these series. We'll preview the play-in and then start talking about the playoff series. So stick with us in the stream. We'll have Ole Miss, Texas A&M, MPW Digital Watch Party here in just a little bit. Okay, I'm just going to leave the stream open. I'm going to go to the another page and be right back. Chase is on his way here. Ole Miss and Texas A&M in about 6 or 7 minutes. We'll have that on, and we'll be back with you here in a moment. So welcome into MPW Digital's watch party.
Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Bedlam on the softball
Bedlam,
diamond this
baby.
afternoon.
1 versus 7. We're here for every pitch.
Which might be a lot of them. 10-7 here in the fourth inning.
So we'll try to figure out the other. Happy Mother's Day to everyone out there. If you're in the stream, it's the same link as Chasing the Ring was a little while ago. I didn't want to do 2 streams. Probably should have. Could have, but it'll be all right.
So are they going to put the game on somewhere else? Like, how does this work?
I don't know.
I mean, obviously we can pull it up on computers, but ESPN News.
Okay.
That we can do. So UFC Fight Night got moved.
Okay.
Ooh, Adidas doing A&M proud today. Maroon pinstripe.
I was hoping that was just the screen. That's brutal.
That might be the worst suit in the league. Maybe. I mean, Tennessee's got some rough stuff.
Those look like pajamas.
Well, it's like Vanderbilt's black. Although Vanderbilt's black looks better than that.
Trying to find a HD version of this.
I was noticing that was that did not look as it's that one.
Yeah, here we go.
That did not look overly crisp.
There we go.
Oh God.
Looks even worse crisp.
But seriously, you don't understand what standard definition is till you like click over there and like remember what we used to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
Like it is a
Oh yeah. Wow. Where the hell was hand raised guys when they broke that uniform out? Because I would have just said no.
We are not.
No.
If the whole look good, feel good, play good thing is correct, we have no shot if we're wearing that. Because it's bad. No post-game Zoom today, so just be aware of that from a coverage standpoint. Anyone that's listening,
because they're getting on the road.
Yeah, they have to use essentially the dressing room to do the Zooms, and because they're in a hurry to get on the plane, they're dressing and getting out of there, so they will not ever be quiet for the post-game. Ole Miss playing in the finals of the men's tennis regional in Oxford today. They've moved inside to the Galtney Center because of inclement weather outdoors. Doesn't take much rain to screw up a tennis match. So.
No.
Ole Miss playing Tulane in the finals of that regional. He did not get a very good jump because we're talking about a breaking ball and a throw that kind of lollipopped up, and it was still pretty close.
And if he keeps the tag on him, he's out.
Yeah.
But again, they're still recovering from the party
last night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he definitely.
Oh, it just keeps it on him and he's out. Doesn't seem like there's a ton of atmosphere in the building today.
No.
Happy Mother's Day, honey. Let's go see the Aggies. That's going to score a run.
Yeah, that's how we're going to spend our Mother's Day is go see some A&M baseball at 6 and 17 in the league.
Yeah.
Definitely was a pretty poor swipe tag there.
It is really lazy.
Was that Blom that did it? Or is he's playing third today. No.
It's a hell of a slide. Could have gotten him twice. Hand came off, foot came off.
Yeah. What are we doing? Oh, we're already meeting? It was a bloop single. What are we doing?
Well, I'm hoping that's not a sign of things to come.
Like I say, if Childress already has a problem today, then fair. Vanderbilt, Alabama has been canceled today because of weather. So
they just won't get to 30.
That's right, yeah. And it screws up all the games back because we play percentages now. Because it's when you lose 2 games that everything gets really complicated. Because like 15 and 13 is better than 16 and 14 or like whatever, like where it gets really weird. They do look kind of lazy right now. Like they're just. I mean,
I was only half kidding.
But I mean, there wasn't a lot of effort put in there.
Last night had "Let's Go Party" written all over it. Game was over fairly early. Got popped. They've already gotten 1 game in the series.
They did their jobs.
Yeah, they may have done more than what they really wanted to do.
Well, they're going to have a decision to make when they play Auburn. Hey, do we want to go to Hoover or not? Because it's going to be right there on their stick, if you will.
I can tell you the answer watching them play the last 2 days. I mean, look, these are famous last words on a Sunday in the SEC, but this feels like an opportunity to blow this thing open to a place where...
If you play well, yeah. I mean, you show up. And
yeah.
I mean, they can screw it up, but...
Barrett wants to know your thoughts about why Chatney still hits in the 2-hole.
I don't know. I think I would hit Dunhurst in the 2-hole. I mean, from an optimal lineup standpoint, you'd be best off putting Graham and Dunhurst at the top and just putting your best dudes up there and see what happens. Although Gonzalez has gotten pretty damn hot lately. He's played well. The weirdest part of the lineup to me is they still, and I know some of it is a little bit of balance, but I still want to get my best players as many at-bats as possible, is McCants hitting as low as he does all the time.
I've wondered that lately. I thought it was just a freshman thing, I guess.
Yeah. He does like putting kind of a freshman that's playing well at the bottom of the order. He's done that for years.
Must be a lot of rain in the Midwest. There's a whole bunch of cancellations and postponements today in Major League Baseball. That'll score a run.
Huh? No, it's not. Oh, wow. It's still one of the big flaws for Ole Miss is they just don't have an arm like that on the roster. They have no one that can throw him.
It's a hell of a cannon right there from right.
Yeah, that was. Well, look, there might be some things that aren't in Texas from a baseball standpoint, but dudes that throw hard is not one of those things.
Great call.
Safe.
Yeah.
A win today, and Ole Miss will be 15-9, but you've got this Hoagland thing hanging over their heads going into tomorrow. That's a really good call.
This should be the shortest appeal ever. I mean, this just shouldn't take
they
but a
checking
second. Apparently, yeah. I mean, one look at it and you see it. You got it right.
Okay. That was good. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was quick. Phillies or Braves win last night?
Braves.
Did they?
Braves were rewarded for having a full crowd.
Okay. I saw Sandoval hit the home run in the ninth when they were one strike away, and then
The baseball gods rewarded Braves.
well, they really screwed up the extra innings though. Like they didn't score in the 10th or the 11th at least. I was watching through that, and then I didn't know what happened from there.
Everybody got a little free baseball.
Yeah.
They deserved it after a year and a half of no baseball.
Even when you're at the game as a fan, you don't really want free baseball. 9's enough.
Yeah.
You're kind of done.
You're usually ready to go.
How often do you leave a game early if you're like at a baseball game as a fan?
Cubs,
Whatever.
probably never. Other teams, like we left Anaheim in the 7th because we needed to get back
Okay.
to LA.
Anyone's trying to multitask. Keith Mitchell has a 3-shot lead in the Wells Fargo over Rory McIlroy with 16 holes to go today. At least we don't get the old man that was talking on Friday night. Because I mean, I don't know that I could have stayed awake today with
I
that
heard
one.
about that.
Oh, dude.
It's bad.
I mean, it would have made a great sleep app,
Really?
like one of those meditation apps that tells you the story or whatever. I mean, it would have been awesome.
Did you see where the Derby winner was juicing?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Bafford's got a little reputation for that. So that's
Oof.
Sunday ump.
That's going to get reviewed. We're going to have 5 minutes of review on this one. That was super close.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss has at least a chance to get the entire offensive lineup back.
He's out.
He's out. Really close. What's the stud fee change on a horse that was juicing but still won the Derby?
Oh, that's a good question.
How does that switch? Because, I mean, somebody still is interested. It doesn't kill it. Sammy, you in the thread, help me out here.
You think the horse knows?
No, but
Does the horse know that, hey, I now I'm going to be labeled a cheater for the rest of my life? My chance to go to the Hall of Fame is over? He just missed out on some sex.
no, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Somebody's still interested.
Just not going to be the same caliber.
But, yeah, I mean, look. I mean, he's out.
He's out. This should
So
not
let's
take.
move.
Let's go. He's out. The foot's there. Bang. Bang. He's out.
It shouldn't be a deal.
No.
I mean, it probably will be, but they called him safe on the field.
I think what's important is that they're masked right here. Because they're right there next to each other. This is the first time they've been in the same proximity, these two umpires, all day.
all weekend. I don't know who the guy was. I was not paying attention enough to tell you. He did say at one point that he coached at A&M and Mississippi State, but I don't know. There's a crowd there.
Yeah. All right, that's enough reviews for a while. Let's just play.
They can review as much as they'd like. The umpires get unlimited. There are certain things they can only review after the 7th inning, but I always kind of need that cheat sheet. I never know exactly.
I'm surprised you didn't make the trip to Columbia today.
Columbia?
South Carolina.
Apparently some did.
I see.
You're right, Cub. That's correct. Pre-Roy McGuire still had value, just not as much.
Yeah. Not heard anything on Tony Fair, Sean, other than what you've read, which is down to 3. It's Auburn and Ole Miss, and who's the other one? Purdue.
So, yeah. What's your guess?
My guess is Auburn.
Okay.
Just because they're right there. That's not educated. Zach would have a much more educated guess because he's actually talked to him. Kyle, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. He says, thanks for all you do. Still waiting to get his MPW koozies. You got to send Kyle his koozies.
Okay. Well, yeah, I have your address. It is written down. We'll throw a pint glass in there, too. Have plenty of those as well. Brazil's had him a weekend now. He might not want to see the Rebels leave. 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, 5 runs scored.
Yeah, he's hit a few balls hard, too.
Pretty good year. 16 bombs, 346 batting average. Pretty big start for McDaniel today. I mean, obviously, if anything's wrong with Hoagland, he's going to stay in the rotation. But third starter, pretty critical.
I'm going to assume you've heard nothing new on Hoagland. There's not much to hear, really.
Not till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing until then. First pitch, 93 miles an hour. Daniel really highly rated out of high school. He didn't pitch a ton last year during the COVID year. From Lafayette, Louisiana. St. Thomas More High School.
Oh, that's right. He's a South Louisiana boy.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Number 1 pitcher out of Louisiana, the number 106 prospect nationally out of high school. He wanted that one.
Yeah, that wasn't a strike. Got to be a little careful here.
Careful with what?
Well, you don't want to get on the umpire's bad side early. I mean,
and like, no offense to him, but your catcher does a little of that too anyway at times.
Yeah.
Like, Dunhurst can get a little carried away with his body language.
I mean, I know you want the call, but that wasn't a strike.
Yeah.
And the umpire's like, come on.
If you're complaining about that all day, we're gonna.
Typically, the umpire's going to say to the catcher, "Hey, let's not start this early."
Yeah.
I'm going to miss some, but I didn't miss that one. Wow, I've got the Cubs and the Pirates on my laptop, and I hadn't really looked at it because I was watching this one, and I looked over at it just then, and Wilson Contreras, the Cubs catcher, is in hot pink.
Really?
Yeah.
Mother's Day.
Yeah. And usually you see pink, but this is a hot pink. The chest protector.
It's not the breast cancer pink.
No, it's we're going to the club pink.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I actually don't know. Who was in the picture? I mean,
I don't even know who else was in the picture.
I don't know Horka at all.
I mean, for the
We've
record,
never spoken.
I didn't start that.
No.
They came at me, and so I went, okay, here you go.
I mean, I guess I've spoken to Steve, but I don't know the last time that's happened. It's been years. I know Logan Lowry a little bit. He's fine. That's kind of it.
They took offense to my
about the hanging out thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do like hanging out with one another. .1107 OPS will play. Ole Miss needs a pitcher more, but if you could do a trade, Frizzell would be pretty high up the list probably.
Yeah.
First baseman with 16 bombs.
I mean, it should be a trade deadline kind of deal, you know. He's at the end of his career. Maybe the Rebels give up a young player.
School's out for the spring.
Yeah, they just come join up.
That'd be a little chaotic, wouldn't
it? A little. That'd be kind of cool. That's gone.
2-2.
That ball. That went over the tracks, literally.
Jesus.
Need to see the pitch again. I didn't think it was a terrible pitch. He just crushed it. Sometimes a guy just gets hot and you don't need to pitch to him anymore.
He's hot.
All right, here we go. Here's the pitch.
Wasn't
a good pitch. He got a little more of the plate, and he got it right on a tee.
Ole Miss Twitter would like him to just be walked from now on and call it a day.
Nothing cheap about that, though. That thing was a straight missile.
Yeah, that wasn't the one where the wind kind of catches it and you go, that kind of sucked.
No.
That's the one when it's hit, you just don't even look at it and go,
oh yeah.
Okay.
That got out fast.
The really big
got to
ones
settle
like
down.
That.
You just got to settle down here and
the really big ones like that in high school, I kind of wanted to watch. It kind of impressed me. How far did you hit it? So I've told the podcast, Bill Hall hit one over the scoreboard at Tupelo one time, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're going to play in the major leagues. Damn thing. Can't start walking, though, and letting it get out of hand a little bit.
It's an odd camera decision there.
Former player texted me, said, just throw a bunch of change-ups off the outside corner. If you walk him, you walk him.
Yeah, I don't even mind tipping my hat to him and go 4.
Even with the runner on first?
Yeah, because the next guy
One
probably
out.
can't do what he just did.
Yeah. That's a good question. Definitely need Doherty to keep improving. I mean, you got to have Diamond and McDaniel next year. They've got to pitch on the weekends. It just is what it is. Need Mallett to take a step. Need Burton to keep being pretty good.
Let the record show the wind took a routine fly ball to the track just there.
So heads up on that as the game progresses.
Yeah. So 2-2 after 1. Head to the second.
24 innings, 24 minutes on that first inning. 2 reviews. A home run.
Everyone's just saying walk him. He's seen his last fastball today.
You can't. I mean, look, the transfer portal is an option there to go find a weekend starter. Maybe holler at some mid-majors or somebody else and find the ace and go, hey,
of course.
You want to come through on Saturdays? All right.
Of course. Phillip Rivers is going to be a football coach.
High school.
In Fairhope. How about that?
New school, right?
Yeah.
Or just new team? Did they start a football program or is it an all-new school?
I think it's a new school.
He's from Mobile, right?
He is from
Where's he from?
I thought he was from North Alabama.
Is he? I don't know.
I don't know. He's got so many kids that probably need.
How many does he have?
He has like 10 kids or something.
Is it really that many?
Yeah, I think so.
Decatur.
Yeah, he's from North. So they've already made a pitching change?
Yeah, they're bringing in Bryce Miller throws a lot for them. He's thrown some on the weekends. He threw Friday night in relief. I think he threw 3 innings of relief on Friday night. Leatherwood's kind of settled in now on the season. Struggled a little early, but
In case you're wondering, with the sound that's above you, in case you're worried that it's going to come down through the ceiling, it might. It's Carson and Rizzo racing upstairs.
oh, are they?
Yeah,
A bit of a bull in a china shop there, isn't
just
it?
a little.
He doesn't take it easy, does he?
No,
It's full bore.
Full one gear. That's why everything's shaking.
Does Gus not go with him?
He does some, but it's usually Rizzo.
Okay. If there's only one, you know exactly which one it is.
When I hear that much noise, I know who it
Yeah.
is.
He's one good-looking dog, though.
He's a good-looking dog.
Gonna give poor Gus a complex. He did motivate Gus to lose some weight, though.
He did, yeah.
Thin up.
Yeah. Gus looks good now.
Yeah. He just doesn't have the perfect head like
No,
Rizzo
yeah.
does. Like the bone structure on Rizzo is so good. Childers has no pitching, so he's just trying to kind of piece this thing together a little bit on a Sunday.
Has he survived this, Childers?
No,
He's
no way.
He's done.
He was done, barring them doing something great even before they started sucking. Ross will have him a coaching search here soon. I have no idea what he will do.
Oof.
I'm not sure he knows what he will do.
If he throws him anything other than what he just threw him, I question what they're thinking here. Because he was tardy on 95. There you go.
You wonder if A&M would like to kick the tires on Kirk Sarloos a little bit.
Where's he?
He's been the recruiting coordinator and assistant at TCU for years. Under
Did he play in the
Schlossnagle.
bigs?
He went to school at maybe Fullerton, if I have it right, in college.
I don't know why his name strikes a bell.
Saarloos.
Yeah.
Yeah. First team All-American in 2001 at Fullerton. He went 15-2.
For some reason, I think he pitched in the major leagues.
In 7 seasons in the
Toronto?
big league, Sarloos made 73 starts and 165 appearances.
Blue Jays?
I'm looking. He was one of 6 Astros pitchers to combine for a no-hitter against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium in 2003. Calvin Harris, still Iowa boy, not wearing batting gloves. Astros 02-03, Athletics 04-06, Reds 07, A's 08.
Okay.
I don't know. He would make sense there to me.
No, Joe Boo still has his run. I haven't touched it.
It's hard to pinpoint head coaches to go cherry pick. It's hard to cherry pick baseball coaches.
I think Jake Marisnik just tore his ACL with the Cubs.
Really?
Yep. Yep. And he knows it.
He was facing very middling JUCO. Barrett is what he was facing. But here's the thing. In JUCO, you're not seeing 95 a lot. You're seeing 88. You're seeing 86. And you can barrel that up and hit the hell out of it. it's what makes, in all honesty, it makes offensive JUCO recruiting very difficult. You've got to really know what you're looking at.
It's got to be multiple tools.
Yeah.
A kid who can really run, he can field.
Just taking the bat is
Gambling on the power is risky.
I mean, Ole Miss has struggled with that in the past. I mean, Kyle Mills came out of ICC. They got good second years out of some guys. Fuller Smith, Miles Hamlin. Braxton Lee was toolsy as all hell, and that worked out for Ole Miss. He got up to the majors fast, too. So what was he doing to tear an ACL?
He was coming in on a fly ball in center field. He was accelerating, and it popped, and he went down, and he knew it. They've had a run on injuries. Ian Happ, Nico Horner, now Marisnik. Marisnik was playing really well.
Did you ever see a diagnosis on the Pirates guy yesterday? Or 2 days ago?
I need to look for that.
See if it was a hamstring or a groin. Groin injury.
Well, that was my first guess.
Left groin discomfort.
Yeah, it looked like he got shot.
Yeah. There's that thought out there. I've talked to a couple coaches who do believe the shortened season has increased injuries.
Yeah,
And the no summer leagues.
boy, this kid's got an electric arm.
He does. Oh, look, velocity is never A&M's issue.
Always
You
have
can
dudes who
find
throw
95
it,
in Houston all day long. It's unacceptable for them to be really bad.
Yet they and Georgia should. I watched a little bit of Georgia and Arkansas last night. Georgia just really played well. I know these are famous last words, and Arkansas end up in Omaha or whatnot, but I just don't ever watch Arkansas and think they're really, really good. I never watch them and think they're bad. They're very steady, but they never blow you away.
I tell you a guy that I really like who I think is going to be a great coach one day, and I'm wondering who pulls the trigger and if he needs another job first because he's at a program that's not doing much, is Blake Dean that played at LSU back in the day, big-time hitter.
Oh, yeah.
He's at UNO, and he's been at UNO now for like 5 years, and he's only 32. And he's done one hell of a job. He's going to be a premier Power 5 coach one day when somebody takes that plunge. But I don't know if he needs to get to like Lafayette or Tulane or something first before he makes the jump, being only 32.
I think a lot of it just is what kind of recruiting connections do you have? If you're connected enough to go do it right now, do it right now.
Mm-hmm. Mike was 32 when Ole Miss hired him.
Yeah.
Ish.
Gonna have to hurry. Yep. That wasn't a great path to the ball at shortstop. Rough top of the first for the Cubs. Give up 4 runs and lose your center fielder. That's not the way you draw it up. Happy Mother's Day, Avery. Hope you're having a great one. She's wearing her Ole Miss Pitching Ninja shirt.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Friedman has done pretty well with those things.
Yeah, just a little. I had a dream last night that I came up with a dating app.
Really?
And me and the girls got super rich. I woke up to reality. I was kind of disappointed for a minute.
What was it about? What was the gist of your dating app versus everybody else's dating app?
Well, I don't know about everybody else's dating app because I'm not on dating apps.
You can't go through the...
I mean, I have no idea what they all do. It was a fish theme, and it was
like fish in the sea kind of thing?
It went viral in my dream.
What was the shtick?
I don't really remember all the
It's
details.
like Bumble, the female has to initiate.
Yeah, I don't remember all that. Happy Mother's Day to Ginger as well. Thanks for being in the thread. Hope you're having a great day.
Got a lot of the plate.
Yeah, I was going to say that ball kind of trailed back over the plate. He got more than he wanted to there. Yeah, I'm informed there's already something called Plenty of Fish.
Okay.
I didn't know that. In my dream, it was a dream again. It was just
Under the Seas is a 1996 prom theme. That is correct. Seas and Stars are 2 big ones. A Night Under the Stars, Night with the Stars.
Oh, really?
Yeah, prom themes. Yeah.
My prom experience is limited to my daughters. I don't remember the themes.
My junior year did not go well. I ended up not even taking my date home.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wore really bad tux, too. I learned the next year to just go very classic, casual. Not classic, traditional. Don't screw it up. Just you never want to get into that deal where you did look like Blue Ruffles 20 years later or anything.
Oh, he's out.
He's out.
Oh, man. He was hung out to dry.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
Where's he going?
I mean, I guess he thought he'd get the bunt down.
Yeah. He did. He took a huge secondary jump, and Dunhurst has a cannon, and it
Dude is out by 10 feet.
Oh, because as soon as he turns around, it goes off.
All right, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, no man's land.
Yeah.
That's a gift from McDaniel. You got to take advantage of it here. You got to.
I have not seen a wedding update. I had to get on a subscriber that shared an avatar with the person in question. But
Oh, really?
well, yeah, I got excited. I saw the big orange circle, and I saw it's like, I don't know, Ole Miss 8. And I'm like, no. Get an avatar. I can't get in here thinking you're NJ Rebs 10. Like, nope.
Right.
Thought we'd ban for less. We had to go into the rule book on banning back in the day when we had to ban all the different chance IP addresses.
Avery, it's 2-2. Ole Miss, Texas A&M, bottom of the second. Man on first for the Aggies, now 2 outs. I mean, that's just, oof.
I mean,
Repcon one. I've blocked some of that out from my memory banks. Oh, I'm sorry, Ginger. I should mind my own business. I thought she was asking. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
just keep up. Just
Yeah,
whatever.
whatever.
They're handling it. It's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carolina's in a bit of a spot of bother at this point. I think this would be 8 of 9 they have lost.
Probably not a great strategy.
Not to host, no.
Right.
That's not typically the way you get that done.
So the Pirates scored 4 runs and never hit a ball more than 90 miles an hour. Wilson Contreras just hit one 103.5 miles an hour for an out.
Welcome to baseball.
Yep. So are the Olympic trials today?
It's not an Olympic. It's a trial.
I don't know.
I didn't think it was a trial, but I could be wrong. I did not look into this very hard at all. When do the Olympics start? Is it like July or August?
One or the other. I mean, it's May.
Daniel here at 35 pitches with 2 outs in the second inning.
Yeah, DK Metcalf does not look like your prototypical
Typical
sprinter. Although those guys usually
they're pretty cut up.
Those guys are usually pretty. There's not a lot of wasted body, not a lot of dad bods on the sprinter lane.
Barrett says if he runs a 10.05 or less, he's automatically in the Olympics. But I don't know, that doesn't feel doable. Maybe I'm wrong.
All right, headed to the third, 2-2. Opening ceremonies Friday, July the 23rd.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, Ginger says the Athletic article said no chance he runs that. I would agree.
I don't see how that's even feasible.
Which tells you how freaking fast sprinters are.
Because he was like a 10.6 in high school. And I know it's high school, but
Yeah,
bigger. Maybe I'm even wrong. Might have been a little slower than that.
I just can't imagine he can do anything better than like a 10.4.
Yeah. Which is really freaking fast.
Yeah.
But not in the ballpark of
Insane.
shaving a tenth of a second is very difficult in that. And it's not like he's dedicated 3 or 4 years to it. I mean, he's still playing football. So
Yeah. Well, you got to figure his body's taking some hits and. This cat can throw.
Raj Benjamin, a 400-meter hurdler, who will be among the favorites to medal at this summer's Tokyo Olympics. He says, I mean, by no means am I discounting DK. I think he's a phenomenal athlete. It takes a lot of guts and heart to actually come out and line up against the guys that are in the field. But I think it's going to be really a telling spectacle this weekend as what it's really like to compare track speed to the NFL.
Yeah.
Fair.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's more than respectful and fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the same way those guys would, all right, now run, but look for a ball.
Yeah.
And worry about someone hitting you.
Yeah.
What network is that on? Someone said NBC, but I flipped over there and they had English Premier League.
Yeah, and they're doing golf at 2. So maybe it might be NBC Sports Network.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
They said I think his biggest issue is going to be at the start because in the 40-yard dash, you can start whenever you want to start. He's going to deal with the start, the starting block, stuff like that. Also pointed out that 40 yards is only about 1/3 of the distance that he will be running on Sunday. When asked for a prediction, Rogers said that he would set the over-under for Metcalf's time at 10.3 seconds. For comparison, Rogers' personal best is 9.85, and the record is 9.58.
Peacock Network.
Oh, so that's like the streaming service then.
Oh, okay. That wasn't a bad swing. He just kind of missed it. $3:30 on NBC. Okay. I'm interested. Men's 100 meters is at 2:15.
Miller's kind of settled him down a little bit.
Yeah. Ole Miss goes very quietly in the third.
Ole Miss men's tennis wins the doubles point against Tulane. They're at 1-0. For anyone who's not familiar with tennis, they play 3 doubles matches, at least 2 wins in doubles gives you 1 overall point, and then 6 singles matches are worth 1 point apiece. So almost up 1-0 headed to the 6 singles matches. You need 4 total points to move on. I gave an update earlier. Now Rory McIlroy is tied for the lead with Keith Mitchell at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. Not a big crowd in College Station today.
No.
Sparse. Some rows available.
Sections available.
No fans at all for the English Premier League, I see.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Science. Did you read the SI story about Chris Bryant's swing?
Did not.
So he, throughout his life, has focused on launch angle.
Okay.
And he noticed over the last couple of years that he had two issues. One was health, and 2 was that pitchers were getting him out up in the zone. And so he completely revamped his swing to get on top of the baseball.
Okay.
Stood up higher, got his hands out front more, and completely disregarded launch angle, and has rejuvenated his career.
Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah, trying to hit the top of the baseball.
So he'd focus too much on.
Well, he'd spent his entire life. He was doing launch angle before launch angle was cool. He just hit his 13th double of the season, leading the National League. Yeah, I'm sorry, baseball.
Obviously not a shock, but I mean, good God, he was a beast in college.
Bryant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
San Diego. Yes, A&M blows bubbles. It's really weird.
Yeah, what is the bubble thing? What is that?
It's like their rally thing. They blow bubbles. Dude, A&M. I don't know.
There's no tradition or anything?
I'm sure there is, but I don't know. It adds to the cult.
Be careful using the word cult. You'll upset people.
Oh, sorry.
It's Mississippi State with money, right? A&M.
Better credit rating, yeah.
Better credit rating. Yeah, my kids, when they were little, they loved bubbles.
2 players started it in 2015 as it bubbled up to the stands. Pretty cool. I'm reading from a website. Infielder Patrick McClendon bought a small plastic bubbles machine and set it running in the dugout as part of a running joke with pitcher Corbin Martin. Initially a celebration of home runs, it expanded to runs and other achievements, and fans all over the stands bring their own bubbles. The clear bag rule is in effect, but bubble machines fit inside the bags.
Okay.
Sure.
It's fine. I'm not offended or anything. It's just kind of weird.
I'm looking at all their traditions. This one I actually can get behind just because of the novelty of the train. It says, with the railroad running along the right field wall, trains are a frequent feature of games in College Station. Fans hear the whistle of an approaching train and hold up fingers to bet on how many locomotives it will have. There's no actual prize, obviously, but you can be right. Sometimes the train will whistle hullabaloo, connect at the star stands. I don't know what that is.
A&M's beat writers hang out, you know? Are they a tight group?
Well, they did when we were up there a few years ago. They all sat in one corner because nobody got anywhere near us. So it was mostly Jeffrey's fault, but it was really weird though. We walk in and every A&M writer is like down in the left corner. It was like there was like 15 seats in between the two beats, and it was like, okay, I mean, whatever.
I would have found the middle. I would have gone
like
7
6 and
seats.
6. Yeah. You just hear the rings constantly against the tables.
They wear their class rings?
Yes, they wear their class rings. Are you kidding?
Grown men?
They went to A&M. They graduated. The ring is a big deal. You know this. The whole damn section's Frank Underwood, constantly.
I don't understand it.
What are we doing? Oh, we're getting chippy. Oh.
What happened?
Well, on the home run, Fazell lingered a little bit on watching it, and he just got out a minute ago. And Ole Miss, apparently, the dugout was giving him the business when he was getting back to the A&M dugout.
Oh, so, really?
Yeah, we got a little issue going on here. He might eat one later today. He might.
I got to tell you, and not to be like the old man, because I'm cool with celebrating and stuff, but some of the bat flips that are happening today.
You should eat one.
I got to tell you, call me what you want. But you do that to my pitcher, and you're eating one.
Well, I mean, in some ways, I'm kind of like disrespecting the pitcher a little bit because, like, hey, you're cool with that without throwing one up in his grill a little bit? Just
come on.
I wonder who's talking noise. Yeah, that's true. He's been over there next to him for a while.
Yeah.
His problem is whether his teammates give enough of a crap to actually kind of help him out. Look, they're terrible, but the uniforms look a little better as I've watched it a little more. I mean, they're still awful, but first glance was worse than this.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, if they're playing in the local softball league.
I still like Vandy's a whole lot better.
Well, he got a hell of a jump off second base. Not that it mattered. I mean, third base was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
To the fourth. Yeah, I'm a uniform snob. I just can't find anything endearing in those.
They're better than a couple of the Tennessee offerings. Kind of all I got.
And Ole Miss is wearing a really good suit today, so it makes it even worse.
Ole Miss wore Navy 2 days in a row. Once with white pants, once with gray pants.
They should have asked for Ole Miss to wear their all grays today. Just
Can y'all help us out a little bit?
Just yeah. I don't think I'm ever going to win a popularity contest with Mississippi State fans.
You think so?
I think that's out. They must have switched to the other.
Oh, so softball has ended.
They want to know our thoughts on Jake Paul taking Mayweather's hat. It's just a publicity stunt.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Everyone in the building knew it was coming.
Eva Longoria went to Texas A&M?
Did you?
I didn't know that.
You wanted 3 or less in 5 innings out of McDaniel, so somewhat on pace for that.
Oh, did Floyd actually hit him?
I didn't know he hit him.
Oh, I didn't either.
Wikipedia has her alma mater as Texas A&M University at Kingsville.
Okay.
With a master's from Cal State Northridge.
Ole Miss Cub wants to know your thoughts on MLB maybe moving the mound back a foot.
I understand why they're doing it. And we're already kind of getting to that point anyway. I hate when things like that change dimension-wise just because, especially in baseball, because of records.
Yeah.
Because it changes everything from that standpoint. But no, I mean, it's baseball at least recognizing the 3 outcome thing's a problem. So it's trying to get more balls in play, trying to lower strikeouts a little bit. I get it. I don't have a major issue.
It's my understanding Theo Epstein, the former Red Sox and Cub exec, is behind a lot of this, and he just is convinced that the game is desperately needing more action.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, at some point you got to look at your analytics and go, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Are we okay? You can't just assume that you're going to stay a mainstream sport forever. I'll give you an example, and I'm almost hesitant to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Last night on Fox and something else, they showed live Major League Soccer.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
They weren't showing live Major League Baseball.
True. On Fox last night.
Yes. And at some point you got to be a little careful. It's not on NBC. Not a bad piece of hitting. Move the runner over.
The third, yep. One out. Who's doing broadcasting for Sunday Night Baseball now?
Still Boog Shambi, isn't it?
Is it? So it's only on Peacock streaming? Okay, well, y'all let us know how it goes. That might be the one streaming service I don't have.
Yeah, I don't have that one either. Here's the thing with soccer is that a lot of young people now have grown up playing it. And it's more readily available to watch at a higher level, and that people that grow up playing a sport a lot of times watch a sport.
Sure.
And the knock on it being boring is the same knock that's on baseball right now, which is one of the reasons Theo Epstein says we've got to get movement back in the game. We've got to get the ball back in play.
That's a good point. I'll be curious as this thing goes on. Putting the runner on second, statistically, how much it changes the likelihood that you score multiple runs in an inning.
Right.
Versus just one run should the runner not be on base.
Boy, that's a nice piece of hitting right there. That was not a bad pitch at all, and he went down and got it. That was actually a pretty good – if I'm going to see the replay, but I think I'm right. That was a pretty good 1-2 pitch right there. It's just a really nice piece of hitting.
Oh, he really did, didn't he?
Yeah, it's not a bad pitch.
Oh, it's a really good pitch.
Yeah, a really good piece of hitting. Kids are playing baseball, but if you pay attention, Brett, to youth leagues, a lot of kids are leaving baseball at a really early age because of the influence of travel baseball. Having a much harder time, even in towns like Oxford, having
rec league,
youth rec league baseball. You just can't handle velocity.
No, it's a problem.
How old's he, by the way? 40? Baker?
Okay, I think I have up the heat for DK. So going to the bottom of the fourth, Rebels retake the lead there on Leatherwood's RBI single. 4-3. 5-6-7 coming up for the Aggies. DK in Walnut, California running today. The women's 100 Heat 1 coming up first. So around the league right now, Mississippi State trailing South Carolina 2-1, but the Bulldogs have the bases loaded there in the top of the fourth. Tennessee up 4-1 on Missouri. That is in Como. As we mentioned, Alabama and Vanderbilt canceled today, so Vanderbilt takes those two, and then Georgia and Arkansas series tied 1-1 there in the bottom of the first there in Fayetteville. Fourth inning, I wouldn't give McDaniel a lot of leeway here. You got to think Doherty maybe gets up, somebody like that, have them ready to go pretty quickly.
What do you run?
He hasn't. They're doing the women's 100 heats first.
Gotcha.
Have a little of everything. Have 3 sports up on my computer right now.
I am getting another TV in here, by the way.
You are going to do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jacob deGrom leaves with the trainer after 5 innings.
Oh. Wow, somebody walked off in this first heat for the women. Richardson, last name. Good grief. I haven't seen a time. (10-7-4) won the heat for the women. Second place was 11:09. Top 3 qualified to move on. There must have been a strikeout to help Carolina in the game against Mississippi State. I see a little griping on the Twitter machine. Questioning the call there at home plate.
Sure, it's very objective.
It was.
Drew's really pitching well at this point. I mean, he's 59 pitches through 3 2/3. Made the one bad pitch that he paid for. Otherwise, he's cruised.
This woman went to LSU. I see that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it was wire to wire as soon as the gun went off. Neal's jinxed him. He starts 2-0 now on the next batter.
That's what I do.
The question is, how long does it? Oh, question. He was set up outside. Question is, how long does it take to set up the in between heats here? Are we looking at 10 minutes? Or are we looking at an hour?
I've never been a track person. I never had any proficiency for track.
The thing that gets overshadowed on this DK running down Buda Baker is how bad of a throw it was. The throw was awful.
Mm-hmm.
But
he chased down an elite speed guy.
Yeah.
That wasn't like me.
Yeah, this all happened because U.S. Track and Field. So this, for anyone asking, if we have a spot open on our relay team for DK Metcalf, NFL players are welcome to come and compete. Another train. Running on Sunday, too.
Nothing stops a train.
True. I wonder what Bluebell pays for their naming rights. Good inning there from McDaniel.
Really good inning. Ole Miss 3, A&M 2, headed to the top of the fifth.
He's at 67 pitches through 4 innings, 38 strikes.
Oh, at this point, you're asking for one more.
Scattered 5 hits, 2 runs, the Purcell home run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 5 ground outs, 5 flyouts.
Are the track guys talking trash to Metcalf? I mean, it's kind of an easy thing for them to do. They know they're beating him, yeah. I suspect it's playful.
Oh, yeah.
They're also asking for tickets.
So,
I mean, it's fun for DK. I mean,
whatever.
come on.
It's not like there's anything to lose. I mean, when it's over,
literally
okay.
nothing.
Great.
Yeah, come on.
All right. All right, we're doing heat 2 now for the females. I have no idea how many heats there are. I think
4.
3. Is the 4? I thought it was 3, but okay.
You could be right.
I mean, I don't feel very strongly about my opinion, so. Where's Walnut, California? Is that Northern California?
I don't know.
Ten, 9, 8 wins the second heat.
City in the eastern part of California. It's in Los Angeles County.
Oh, it's now, okay. That's a huge question mark, Brett. I have no idea who the third starter is next year for Ole Miss. They wanted it to be Jackson Jobe, but there's issues there. Those issues are that he's going pro.
Yeah. Millions of issues.
Yeah. His amateur status is up for debate at this point.
Not much of one.
A little step defense there. Good play by Brazil. That was a good play.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Good play.
percentage chance that Nikhazy stays? I would think it's very
quite low.
Very, very low.
Yeah, no.
Like under 5% chance. Yeah.
It would take something to go really weird. They are definitely building their coverage around DK. He was on the thumbnail out front on Peacock, and now every time between races, they're just showing him walk.
Ooh. Oh, no.
He's okay. Whew. Whew.
Goodness gracious. That hit him square in the helmet, didn't it?
Yeah. Here's the replay.
Ooh.
Miller was scared when the ball on the way to the plate. See body language. He tensed up.
Wow.
I don't know that he's fully saying I'm fine, go away.
Well, you know he's ringing
If nothing else.
at a minimum. So you have to take a minute and make sure he's okay before you. He says, I'm all right.
Yeah. Laughing about it.
They're doing the right thing though by standing out there and talking
Making
to him
him
for a minute.
talk.
Yeah, let's chat a minute.
Well, because he was kind of blinking his eyes. He was having a little bit of a focus issue.
Right. Wow. Whew.
Okay. Olympic trials are in June at some point, I believe. They're in Eugene, Oregon.
So what is this today?
Just a Golden Games is what it's called. I don't know.
Exhibition kind of thing?
Yeah, something. I mean, I'm sure they probably get paid, but I don't know. Because it's not all Americans. Like, I've seen some Bahamians in it. I've seen some different flags.
He swung so hard he broke his sunglasses.
I think they brought more with them. I wonder how many sunglasses they pack on a road trip.
I was just thinking that. Couple pair.
I had to take a hat box to them one year. They forgot their hats.
Really?
One of the managers left their hats. But Mike got all over his tail.
Oh, you know he did.
Yeah, they left their hats in Oxford, and they called him like, "Hey, are you going to?" It was in Baton Rouge. Said, "Are you traveling?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, oh, they're going to review that." Said, "Hey, if you'll bring them, we'll cover all your expenses for the weekend." So Ole Miss covered the expenses for me to cover the series, but because I took their hats to them, they didn't have hats.
Well, that's cool.
Well, it wasn't going until Saturday. So on Friday night, they literally found 9 hats from just like fans in the stands and whatever to put on the players.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike was pissed.
Oh, I'm sure he was livid. Yeah. It's a huge box. I mean, it's a huge hat box with them all stacked. And all right, men's heat 1. They're profiling Chris Belcher, who finished third at the 17 and 19 U.S. championships. .10.09 wins Heat 1.
That is flying. Ooh, that's a good question. Coolest looking hitter in MLB, Tatis in the Padres pinstripes or Acuna in the Braves throwbacks? Both look superb.
I do like those throwbacks, though.
Those throwbacks are fantastic. The Padres pinstripes are they're fantastic though. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that.
How much leash you get right here if he walks?
Think I go get him.
Do you? Challenged him down and in there a little bit.
Yeah.
Not sure that's exactly where he wanted it, but
He would reach back for a little bit more on that one.
typically where McDaniel starts kind of fading. A ton turned this off after DK runs is the answer. A ton. All right, he's getting ready to go.
Leadoff walk. Not what they had drawn up.
DK's in lane 2. For anyone that doesn't have it on, just wear a black running suit. Under Armour. He's definitely bigger than everyone else. Running with a 2-time U.S. champion. Although, might be past his prime a little bit. It's been 7 years since he's won one. Someone from Great Britain. Brazil. What's the other flag? What's the top flag? Any idea? I don't either. So did somebody lose a spot in this thing because of him? NBC's fine with it. Yeah. Here we go. He just has no experience coming out of blocks, really. Yeah. I mean, he held his own. I don't know what he ran, but he held his own. Somewhere in there, yeah. 10-1-2 won it, I think. Oh, 2 count. No outs. 76 pitches for McDaniel.
Ran a 10.36.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just shows you how fast everybody else is
Yeah.
at that level.
I mean, have they said who's in the pen? Anyone?
What's the earliest you would go to Broadway?
6th. But again, it's kind of like that conversation against whoever last time we had the thing. I mean,
State.
Yeah, whenever it's time. I mean, if you think you can add on and you need him right now, what's the difference between 6, 7, 8, 9 and 5, 6, 7, 8? Go to him, get out of the inning, and let him pitch for a while. Try to add on where you have a lead in the ninth, and maybe you're up 6-3. I don't know.
Sure.
I mean, there's easily an argument for just you bring him in whenever it's time. He's really, even beyond the runner, he's really slowed down and kind of stalled this out.
Yeah, this half inning has lasted 30 minutes. He's out.
Got a little unlucky with a breaking ball there.
Yep.
Fastball, and he's out.
Boy, he's a hell of a pop time back there. He's out. Maybe not.
It's really close.
It's really close. Looks like a lefty up in the pen.
Kimbrel's the only one.
I'm going to guess it's Kimbrel.
Okay. I mean, it could be Baker, but I would highly doubt that right here.
Ooh, bailed him out. 0 really helped right there.
Anyways, all right, that's one. What do you do if you get this guy? Brazil's up next.
Walk him.
Can you walk him?
Drew's not far from the wall. I wonder what the temperature there is. Humidity,
but it's kind of humid. I've heard nothing about LaFleur. I just don't think he's been healthy really at all this year. Yeah, the more I look at that, he was safe. It was really close, but he was safe.
Yeah, I think he got his hand in. The argument against walking him is that you would be putting the go-ahead run on.
You would.
Really good breaking ball there.
I don't know if Derek's available or not. I would think Derek and Burton are not available. I have no issue with that play.
It's the right play.
Yeah, you just better make sure.
Marisnik, by the way, was not ACL. It was hamstring.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would think Mike intentionally walks average. I haven't noticed too much or not enough of that. And that's it for Drew McDaniel. Leaves the runner on first, one out in the bottom of the fifth. Did all you wanted for him. Well, they're saying in the stream that he's safe. If there's any doubt to that, I would have left him in for one more pitch. Because you're giving a lot of review time now.
Tag was a little high. Some scores around the league. Is that right? Is Mississippi State South Carolina game still going? Okay. Scores around the league. Alabama and Vanderbilt canceled. Ole Miss up 3-2 over Texas A&M, as you know. Mississippi State and South Carolina tied at 2 in the top of the fifth. Tennessee is a 7-1 leader over Missouri. That game in the top of the fifth in Como. And Georgia going for the series win in Fayetteville. The Bulldogs have a 3-0 lead over Arkansas. That game in the bottom of the third. Really close. I think he's safe.
Are they reviewing?
Apparently they're still reviewing. But they're not reviewing it.
No. Colin Brister points out that for Zell against right-handed pitching, 392, 483, 792 for a 1275 OPS. Against left-handers, 246, 333, 404 for a 737. Although he just hit that a mile, too.
Really nice
ran
play.
it down.
Just chased it down is what he did. Yeah. So Ole Miss hangs on to a 3-2 lead going to the sixth.
That also closes the book on Drew McDaniel. McDaniel's final line is 4.2 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, 1 wild pitch. the home run, obviously the key mistake there. 5 flyouts, 6 groundouts, 84 pitches, 47 strikes. Command's not great, but he battled through it. 2 runs, 4.2 innings. They would have taken that immediately if offered before the game. So.
Oh, for sure.
Now the question is, Kimbrel staying, or was that literally a one batter situation there for the left-hander? I'm assuming it's a one batter situation. A&M's lineup goes right, left, right, right, right next inning. So 4 out of the 5 next batters are right-handed.
If anybody's wondering about the umpire that got hurt last night in Fayetteville, he's been diagnosed with a concussion. He's been released from the hospital. He's going to stay in Fayetteville at his hotel an extra night and head home tomorrow. So he took a shot. Brazil's going to get one more at-bat.
Yes.
Yeah. Go get another shot.
Oh, I mean. Get 2.
Could. If he gets 2, this can be a little more scoring.
Yeah. He does look more comfortable out there as the season has gone on, which is kind of a duh thing, but he's gotten better.
It helps that he has tremendous athleticism as well, can really run. That's drops.
Dunhurst has not taken many innings off this year. Good play.
Questions about who Nikhazy will face next week when Vanderbilt comes to town.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing on Saturday.
We'll see.
Yeah. I don't think – I mean, I could be shocked, but I don't think Mike's going to move Doug back to Friday.
I wouldn't. It works.
Yeah.
Just leave him there.
And Derek, if it's Derek, feels fine that day. He's not freaked out because it's been Friday. These 2 times he's come in for longer.
Goes without saying, but that run needs to score now somehow, some way.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Yeah, he's got first round potential. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Can hit enough. Still got to get a little better with some of his framing and receiving.
But that's for most young catchers.
Yeah.
His arm and stuff is unique.
I mean, he's got an above average MLB pop time today. He's done combine pops around 180.
That'll work.
Oh, yeah. Blake says Mark Kingston has gotten ejected with the Gamecocks and the Bulldogs.
I'd get ejected a lot if I were a head coach, manager.
You miss a game on your second one.
Yeah, I'd miss a game.
You get one freebie as the head coach.
Yeah. Mike got run once this year.
He has, yeah. First time, though, he's been run since 2014. That's patience.
That is.
And it's umpires giving him a really long leash because they know him. And because he doesn't typically.
Did we ever
lose
find
his
out
mind.
if he said what magic word he said?
I don't know, because it was quick. It was.
Would you have, I know you can't say it here on the stream, would you, if as an umpire, would there be a magic word that would get...
Well, there'd be a couple because you know that the guy's just trying to get tossed at that point. Like, if we escalate there, okay, you get your wish. But in some ways, it might make you go, you know what? Nope, not tossing you because of it.
Yeah.
Because you want to be thrown out. Nope, you're staying here and you're hanging with me for the next 4 innings.
Carson's last soccer game of the year, a kid got a red card, ejected.
Really?
Yeah. And you could tell all the kids on the field like, whoa, did he say what I think he said?
Was it Wellman for the Braves that did the whole act that day? Was it Wellman?
Yeah. I said, Carson, what did he say? Because he told him that he was effing stupid. Yeah.
That'll get you a red
I
card.
said, well, that'll do it.
Yeah. We're going to skip yellow on that one.
Ole Miss Cub wants to know if Gonzalez to third and McCants to short next season's a possibility.
I don't move McCants. I mean,
if you think he's
getting
found
better.
a home, you can in this with their scholarship situation, having an athletic center fielder who can chase it down is a gift.
I just play Gonzalez and bench at short and third, however I'm doing that.
Right.
And call it a day. Because McCants gives you more upside. If that's fair. Hit it into the wind on that side. Wind goes out the other way.
I tell you, I like that kid. He does a lot of really good things.
Yeah, Leif, that would be one that typically would get you exited from the vicinity.
Yeah. God, I love that movie.
Well, because all the reactions were like, he called him. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Crash called him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for my run this morning, I pulled up a movie. I watched Moneyball.
I can't do that. I don't see how you do it.
Wasn't not a bad movie. Been a while
No, I
since
meant
I watched
running,
it.
watching a movie.
Oh, just
It's fine. It's fine. There's a couple parts of it I really like. It's got a couple spots where I don't think it's as realistic as it tries to act like it is, but overall it's a good movie.
I kind of escaped and got into it.
I mean, as dumb as it is, like when they're having like the meetings around the scouts and stuff, I kind of crack up and laugh at it.
Yeah. But they're putting a lot of stuff into one scene.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a process.
Right.
He gets on base.
Mentally, I just kind of let myself get into the movie, and then
Just let the movie be what it is.
and then you just because the whole goal is to stop thinking about running.
Well, okay, that's true.
Yeah, it's true. Moneyball kind of leaves out the fact that they had a young Miguel Tejada and a young Tim Hudson.
Okay.
Yeah. A little more.
I think so. That staff was pretty good.
Yeah,
Mulder and
Barry
Hudson and
Zito,
Zito.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
there was some stuff there. I mean, come on.
Got it. He has had a really good game at the plate.
Not everybody's Chad Bradford on the A's roster at that point.
No.
Of Byram, Mississippi. Bradford, not even really much of a participant on his high school team until he started throwing sidearm.
Is that right?
Yeah, he was really bad or very, very high school average as an over-the-top pitcher. Took some advice, went sidearm or even almost kind of submarine.
He's a submarine. He almost hits the ground.
Yeah, and ended up at Hines and then Southern Miss, and then gets a pro career.
I don't know why anybody throws him anything other than velocity up.
Because he doesn't lay off it very well either.
No, he chases it.
He does a decent job of laying off the breaking ball, but
I mean, that was 91 up a little bit, and he was tardy. I just feel like I'm picking on him. I don't know the kid. I'm not picking on him. Tejada won the MVP during that season. They never mentioned him.
well, it doesn't really fit the profile, though. And Bryce Miller now at 71 pitches after throwing a couple innings on Friday. Ooh.
Yeah, it was outside.
It was.
Guy behind the plate's done a pretty good job.
He's been good today. Brandon Cooper behind the plate. Don't know him.
Speed your bat up, big boy. Just speed it up right here. Guess fastball and unload. See what happens. Velocity up. I know what I'm throwing here.
Oh, you're doing him a favor in case you hang something.
Yeah, the coaches haven't liked the strike zone, but I've watched the game, and I have. I think he's done a good job. Coaches want massive strike zones.
Velocity.
Up.
4-2, though, Rebels. Leatherwood belling them out there. McCants just missed one.
Barry Zito won the Cy Young that year, too.
Oh, good grief. I mean, it does make it a little disingenuous.
I mean, they did do some stuff Moneyball-wise that was different, but yeah.
When I have the best player, it helps,
But
though.
when you win the MVP and the Cy Young in the same year, you're going to be okay.
And then losing the playoffs.
Yeah, I know.
Bean never won.
Is he still there?
All you...
I think he's still the GM of the A's.
Ole Miss at 9 in the RPI headed into today. Tennessee at 8. Hogs 1. Bulldogs 2. Commodores 4. Carolina still hanging at 13 from an RPI standpoint, but they're 11 and 12 in the SEC. Florida up to 18 in the RPI. They're getting into host territory quickly. I think the Gators probably get one.
Your scores today, Alabama, Vanderbilt canceled, Mississippi State, and South Carolina now top 6 tied at 2. Tennessee running away from Missouri. They're up 10-1 in the top of the 6th. And Georgia holding on to a 3-0 lead over Arkansas in the bottom of the 4th in Fayetteville.
Standings coming into today, Arkansas and Mississippi State were tied atop the SEC West at 16 and 7. Rebels 2 back at 14 and 9. Alabama at 11 and 12. LSU 9 and 15. A&M 6 and 17, and Auburn 6 and 18. In the East, Vanderbilt and Tennessee both 16 and 7. So the Vols will move one game up or half game up in the standings.
17 and 7 for Tennessee.
Yep. Florida 15 and 9, Georgia 11 and 12, Carolina 11 and 12, Kentucky 11 and 13, and then Missouri 5 and 18. So if it were today, Auburn and Missouri would miss the SEC tournament. Ole Miss trying to find one of those top 4 seeds, but frankly, they've got to get on the move because of Vanderbilt, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi State all tied at 16 and 7, 2 games up on the Rebels. That half game does help Ole Miss out a little bit against Vanderbilt should the Commodores do something crazy down the stretch. A team could easily go 18 and 12, maybe 19 and 11, and be the 6th seed in the SEC this year. All the sweeps and the bad teams at the bottom.
Yeah. Blake says when the national and regional seeds get picked, the regional
being announced Thursday or Friday when they cut it to 20 potential host sites.
To get you started on the certification process.
Yeah.
You can start getting your stadium
Well,
ready.
because they were supposed to do it tomorrow, but it got moved to Thursday or Friday because some kind of oversight panel has to approve it first.
Oh, okay.
So that takes a few days.
Whew, glad they got that.
Yeah.
God, I wouldn't want to make that mistake.
I don't know what you do without the oversight panel.
Kimbrell faces 2 hitters, gets them both. A little defense helps him out, but the history books will show that he threw 2/3 of a clean inning.
So pulling him now before the left-hander? Who's Mike going to?
Darty.
Yep. He had retired 18 in a row prior to the home run against Purcell on Friday night. Yeah, Kimbrell was always coming in situationally. No matter what, there was nothing he could do there to last in the game longer. Mike was going to go to someone else. think this is the first time he's pitched twice on a weekend. Pretty sure, actually. Not much fear there for the 93 on the
It
corner.
looks pretty comfortable right there.
So Otani actually worked out. Is that what we're saying? It ended up being
Oh,
okay.
he's so good. He might be my favorite player. He's just amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, I go to Broadway next whenever that is. Broadway's pitching before anyone else the rest of this game. I don't know if Mike is trying to get one out of or get 2 outs out of Doherty here or what. I don't know what his plan is. Good pitch.
Good pitch.
Yeah, he knew it.
Dunhurst helped him a little there, too.
Mm-hmm. Breaking ball's gotten a lot better from the fall, in addition to just the increased velocity. 87, 88 in the fall.
Added 5 miles per hour. $94.
That was pretty dominant for 2 batters there for Doherty. Sending him back out for the 7th?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was nothing in that looked out of control.
No, he looked totally in control.
I don't recall Kemp pitching in the fall. I guess I could have missed it, but I don't think so. I think they were pretty set on keeping him to one thing to try to maximize that best they could.
Mississippi State now up 3-2 over South Carolina in the bottom of the 6th. Everything else is the same as earlier.
Yeah, a little danger zone here for Carolina. Losing today, you're going to 11-13 in the SEC.
Oh, you start to
get a little funny.
Start to flirt with playing your way out of the tournament.
I mean, their RPI is 13, but
got to win games.
And their close. Talk about a critical weekend next weekend. They go to Lexington. You got to get healthy. Because if you don't, you close with the Volunteers. Carolina plays Clemson on Tuesday
If Arkansas
night.
loses today and State wins, State will have a better overall record and a better league record than Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
State's starting to get into that
They've been white hot.
elite mix.
Well, the RPI's 2. They've won 5 out of the last 6 series.
This kid's thrown 75 pitches, 77 pitches.
Yeah, after I think 3 innings on Friday night.
He wishes he had that one back. His eyes got big on that one. He thought he had something. He just kind of missed.
He needs at bats. He's really swung it well at times. I think he challenges next year.
This kid's had a valiant effort, but I think he's hitting the wall.
Oh, well, I mean, he's got to be exhausted. And he saved them.
He needs to shave that mustache.
Most people do, honestly, when they have one.
It's just.
I mean, like Elko's kind of wearing one, ironically, but
Yeah.
it's.
Well, Tim's has a little more volume to
There
it.
is,
If you're
yeah.
going to wear one, wear one.
You've got to have some stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I would have no prayer to pull it off. I can't. This doesn't work.
I think I could grow one, but I see absolutely no reason why I should.
Yeah, I have no prayer.
Yeah,
No chance.
I mean-
and it turns red. All my facial hair turns red.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Good pitch.
Mustache challenges.
The natural audio last night of Elko's home run, really cool from the standpoint of his teammates' appreciation,
Sure.
congratulating him. Lots of, you're in the middle of the kind of the scrum, but the hugs and the people telling him how proud they are of him and the way he's handled everything. I mean,
Sure. Well, he was dejected when that happened. I mean, come on.
Well, and like this, I'm getting softer as I get older, but also too, like as men age, they're so much worse at just like compliments and affection with other males, like to where it was almost kind of like, hey, see, the college kids can actually be normal humans and not like,
Sammy, I'd love to hear some of those stories. I've talked to NBA people who tell me that the only trash talker better than Larry Bird was Michael Jordan.
mm-hmm.
That Bird was phenomenal at trash talk. And pissed people off and got people out of their minds and one fan, she's excited.
Hey, she still believes in her Aggies.
She does.
Look, all they got to do is go on a run. They just got to win the SEC tournament.
Yeah,
they are in.
right there.
I don't think they got the pitching to get through a bracket. I'm not seeing enough arms.
I don't think he can pitch every day.
It's a good take if he took. Yeah. Good take.
Yeah, he didn't swing. Another walk. He's done. Ole Miss Cub wants to know if the score holds, would this be Ole Miss's only non-sweep series win of the year?
In league play, yes, that is
Yeah.
correct. They will move to 4-4 in series, 3 sweeps, 2 out of 3, and then losing 4 2 out of 3s. They swept Belmont, lost 2 out of 3 to UCF, swept the Arlington series. Oh, well, hell, it might just be the only one, period, then. Never mind. Yeah, it is their first 2 out of 3 of the year. That's not really a common thing in non-league, but yeah. And they swept ULM. No. They lose a game to ULM? For some reason, I thought they lost a game to ULM.
I can't remember. I think they did lose a game to ULM because they almost lost 2 games to ULM.
Oh, that's right. They had a walk. No, that was UCF. They had a walk-off on. This season feels like 8 months old. I don't know. I'm out of practice from last year. They lost the finale to ULM, 8-3. They won 6-5, 10-1. So they're second overall, 2 out of 3 if they win. First in league play. It's been a really weird schedule for Ole Miss. The Rebels have a UT Martin midweek game on Tuesday night, 6:30 for that. $1 hot dog night there at Swayze Field. Your last chance for $1 hot dog night of the season. If you'd like to come get 12, you can come get 12.
I'm good.
10, 6.
Good.
Still think the number is like 8 before you feel like you're going to throw up. I think that's the number. But if you're eating, flashlight's on. But if you're eating for quantity, are you dressing them in everything? Are you still going mustard and relish?
I'm just putting mustard on them just to give it a flavor.
You need a taste.
Yeah.
And to get not that taste.
Right.
It's more of removing the taste. I don't think I would want to eat hot dogs with relish, though.
No.
And as much, I don't like pickle.
I'd almost think more about onion at that point.
Oh.
To completely get rid of the boiled hot dog taste.
Because that's the problem, is the boiled hot dog taste.
For me, I don't like boiled hot dogs.
You don't think they're on the grill?
No.
They're not. They're kind of soggy, too.
Yeah. And they've been just, yeah.
Do it in the first inning, not the 7th.
For sure. Just not my thing.
You like a corn dog?
It's okay.
It's fine. Okay. It's fine.
I like a good grilled hot dog.
Yeah.
But I'm not a big boiled hot dog person.
Blake says 3 is too many. I could get through 3 without much of a problem.
See, but my thing is, if I go to a ballpark, like a big league ballpark,
yeah,
I'm going to get a sausage dog.
Well, yeah, it's a whole
and be
different.
Totally happy.
I don't understand why that's no longer an option at games.
I don't either.
We should have a sausage dog option.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We used to get bratwurst or whatever they were. It's fine.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
But that's no longer a thing.
That was the deal in Milwaukee. That was fantastic.
The ones here were not terrible. They came with like peppers and onions. It was fine. It was all right.
Sure.
No big deal. You can get pizza, burgers, hot dogs, corn dogs, barbecue nachos, chicken tenders from an actual food like sustenance. I think that's all of like non-popcorn nachos candy division.
You can gain a lot of weight covering a baseball season.
Oh.
You got to be smart.
Well, yeah, because they can you a meal ticket for $12, so there's no way to eat healthy with that. You have the drink cooler that is filled, if you're not smart, with nothing but soft drinks if you don't drink water.
Oh, threw it away. Broke it up at second base.
That's a run. 5-2 Rebels.
Yep.
I mean, I'm guilty of it occasionally, but I've broken myself from craving them. The dudes that have like the 3 or 4 soft drinks every game, like I feel like I would have nothing but sugar on my tongue by that point, and like would feel really, really bloated.
Well, as a rule, it's one of the reasons sports writers, as a rule, are just not healthy people. They drink a lot of soda, and soda is just
and then eat fried food.
Soda's just go drinking sugar.
And in non-COVID seasons, they put plates of cookies on the back table.
Yeah, that was never a thing for me.
So you could if you gave in at all, you could go through 2 Cokes and a Sprite and a barbecue
3 or 4
nachos
cookies,
and
yeah,
some cookies,
yeah,
and
no.
suddenly you put like 2,800 calories in at dinner while you're just hanging out, and then you get home and you're wired and you eat again,
Yeah.
and then suddenly that thing goes.
Next thing you know. All right, 5-2 going to the middle of the seventh inning stretch, as they would say in College Station. Something tells me if you told Mike that you'd get to the 7th without having used Hightower up 3 runs, he'd be pretty pumped.
He would be more than happy right now, though.
Yeah, Sammy, I'd love to talk to you about that. Because Bird, being a white guy at that point, would hear all the "you're this for a white guy." Remember Isaiah Thomas talked about how
Kind of like the white man can't jump deal.
Yeah, Isaiah Thomas during the playoffs said if Larry Bird were not a white guy, if Larry Bird were a black guy, he'd just be another player.
Oh no.
And he had to kind of
back off.
Isaiah had to apologize for it. Like, no. Because guys around the league were like, oh no, that's not no.
He played in the college baseball game when he was in college. Or
did he?
Yeah, at Indiana State. Uh-huh.
So you tell me he was a really good athlete who could kind of do anything?
Actually, I think he was bad. I think he just randomly suited up one day just for the hell of it. There's a story behind it, but I forget what it was.
Blake, I've told my story so many times that I just can't imagine people really want to hear it again.
He moved a lot and stopped eating.
Yeah.
Developed a bit of OCD.
I went from eating badly to not eating hardly at all. And I went from just exercising a little bit to...
If you don't eat and run marathons, you lose weight.
Go figure.
I
went to really where I was running 40 miles a week.
Is it really that much?
Yeah.
Shit. Wow.
For years.
Yeah.
I'd go run 7 miles every morning. Which is insane now that I think about it.
On your knees and joints.
Oh, yeah.
You did do mostly treadmill work.
And there is a big difference.
There is.
I ran 8.5 today on a treadmill, and it did significantly less pounding on my joints than running 5 and some change outside the other day.
Ole Miss men's tennis beats Tulane 4-0 to advance to the Sweet 16.
Oh, congratulations to them.
Yeah. Women's golf opens their regional tomorrow morning in Baton Rouge as the 2 seed.
Leadoff double for the Aggies.
You want to get him? 9 outs to go?
Yeah, probably so. Probably go get him.
I'd be okay with one more. No, without any scouting reports or having any idea who's at the plate. But he did.
Yeah, he hung that and got right in the middle of the plate. A good hitter's going to hit that.
And he did. That's it.
Blake, I was just kind of eating anything. I had kids and I was traveling a lot, and that's a bad combination. I've said this before when I was on the road.
And you had some stress stuff there, 08, 09 too, just trying to sell that house and getting moved over here and adjusting to all that for a little while.
Yeah,
I mean, there was.
I put all the weight on originally on the Auburn beat, just on the road 5 days a week, and eating out was number one. Eating out is very difficult, even when you are being careful. But I would work all day long, and I'd get to the end of the day, and going someplace was my social outlet for the night. And I'd sit at a bar and order a drink, and I'd order an appetizer. And it wasn't that I was necessarily eating that was my entertainment at the end of the day. And it was kind of the beginning of some depression, and I missed being home. I had young kids at the time. I mean, Laura and I married in 97, and I was on the beat starting in 99. 98, and so 98 was my first year on the beat. And I don't think that's what she had bargained for, and it was hard. She was by herself with dogs, and then by herself with young babies, and I was gone a lot, and it was just kind of depressing. And so I ate, and it's easy to pile weight up.
Mm-hmm. Cypress, Texas.
Is that where he's from?
Uh-huh.
It's funny, giving up soda has been the easiest thing in the world.
I have a weird craving occasionally for some reason.
Yeah.
Just like one day and then it'll go away. But yeah, I'll have just one.
Like, I bet I have one Coca-Cola a year.
Is that limited?
Yeah.
And typically it's just a carbonation thing.
Yeah.
I'll have if I really have my druthers, most sodas are too sweet. Just give me a ginger ale. I'll have a little ginger ale and I'll kind of kill it.
I like a ginger ale. All right, well,
They got what they wanted, the lead.
I mean, they kind of drew it up.
Inning.
He would have taken this scenario all day. Here's his guy. He hadn't worked all weekend, and he won't work again until next weekend. So
Probably not going to throw him against UT Martin on Tuesday.
I'm going to guess not.
I know Mike got a little annoyed as things were going against Arkansas State last week, but Broadway was not one of those that got up.
It's an embarrassing day for Medina Spirit. He's
Had a rough morning.
a rough morning. I mean, he does not want to come out of his shed right now. Yep, he went. It wasn't all that close. He definitely went.
Lineup rolls over after this. 9-hole hitter for A&M. For 1 with a walk.
Sammy, what was Magic Johnson, Kareem, what were they like during those days? Kind of feels like with Magic there's a lot of revisionist history, and that's coming from somebody who was a big Magic Johnson fan as a kid. A 4-wheeler relay starter switch.
Alexa will creep you out a little bit with the things she hears. Relays back to you.
Yeah.
Always listening.
You're not the only person she's relaying back to.
That little thing turns green. She's listening and monitoring. I mean, look, be in the kitchen and go, hey, is there any milk left? And like 2 days later on Amazon, it's like giving you like options for stuff like that. It's like, hold on.
Come on. Did you watch Saturday Night Live last night?
I haven't.
I didn't either.
I haven't even watched any clips or anything.
I haven't either. That was nasty. You better get to Broadway early in the count. He's got a couple of different things to go get you at 2 strikes.
That's a little bit of a tunneling thing there because it makes the hitter look like an absolute moron, but he was looking fastball and then...
And it looked like a fastball out of his hand.
Seats available in the A&M Dugout Club.
That one guy's been on the phone for a while now.
They've been talking?
Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe he's relaying the action back to somebody.
Hopefully he's, talking to all the different moms in his life, just getting it done.
Yeah. 96. I use Alexa a pretty good bit. I don't use Siri much, but Alexa's pretty common around the house. Love the guy in the stands goes, hey, just lay off of it. Okay, well, thanks.
Yeah, because right now as a hitter you're in trouble. You have to guess fastball, and it's odds are he's going to throw you something other than a fastball, and it's going to look like a fastball out of his hand, and you're swinging. So he just showed you the fastball, so now you're looking for it again, and now he's going to break the breaking ball off, and he trusts Dunhurst to block it up. So.
But it's 2-2. Don't want to go full. Might not throw it in the dirt.
Yeah, you don't want the tying run to come to the plate. Swinging a metal club.
Yeah. Didn't snap that one very well.
Got to challenge him here. He's looking for a fastball here. Here it is. Dominique Wilkins' room.
He did and just missed.
Pretty good at bat to lay off a couple of those fastballs.
Yeah, you definitely want to get out of the inning prior to having to deal with that. Pretty critical one here.
A little bit of trouble here. 2-1. The breaking ball's not snapping right now.
No, it's really not at all. And it's his show because I don't even know where they would go to try to finish this thing beyond any point.
Whew.
Here it is.
Yeah, I'd go do it again.
He looked a little lost on that
A
one.
little bit. I go right back there. Just don't let it drift back over the plate, and I think you get him.
He did.
If you believe in it, you throw it right here because he's looking fastball and dialed up for fastball.
He's going to that same spot and just not getting the call.
And he's not there.
Yeah.
It's not a strike.
Yeah. Almost trying to get him to chase to just throwing a ball in the corner.
Yeah.
Puts you in these weird counts when you do that.
It's just off the plate.
Yeah.
He's wanting that call, and it's not there. It's and Mike's jawing at him, but it's not a strike.
And here we go. Somebody's going to yell at somebody at the end of this at bat.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Yep. Fireworks coming.
Yeah, he was 6 inches off the plate.
Not a lot of
That had like a lot of major league kind of there to it, didn't it? Like,
not a lot of strategy to
That
it.
was Vaughn and Parkman. Hey, here it is. I mean, busting him in, challenging him.
Six for 11, 4 home runs.
Locked in.
Gone.
Yep. Got it up. It's a really bad pitch.
It was a bad pitch, and I think he threw off speed.
Yeah. Was it?
I thought it was.
No, that's
State
not.
Heater just got a wheelhouse. Goodness.
Bad pitch. We don't have to walk in a run. Just don't throw him a fastball up and over the plate. I mean, it's a bad pitch.
Pitch selection's bad. Mike's unhappy with the hitter before.
Well, lead holes. I know you're SEC Player of the Week.
You think? They went heater right there and then went heater, but he's getting it in on his hands and then he goes out. He let him get his arms extended.
Somebody actually bought one of those jerseys.
Yeah. And a bubble machine.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
But he has a ring. (6-5) going top of the 8th. Rebels. Bench McCants Leatherwood due up for Ole Miss.
Scores around the league. Mississippi State leads South Carolina 3-2, bottom of the 8th. Tennessee still leading Missouri 10-1. That game now in the bottom of the 8th. And in the bottom of the 6th in Fayetteville, Arkansas has tied the game up. It's 3-3, Georgia and Arkansas. What's their bullpen look like? I know it's not the strength of their team.
No, they have hardly anything. I mean, seriously. Kind of where they were on Friday night. I mean, they don't have much bullpen. Get in it and hit it. I mean,
Yeah.
get 2 shots.
He didn't go. He tried to let that nick him.
He does.
Yeah.
That's
That was smart. It's an off-speed pitch. Let it.
especially without 2 strikes. 2 strikes gets a little more dangerous because of the whole callback, extra strike thing.
Umpire gave him.
Big save.
Gave him
Mike,
some
I'm more
help right
frustrated
there.
because that's
Now
the same
you're-
place.
Now you're really frustrated if you're Mike. Yeah. Hit him.
He does not back out ever. If you're going to throw inside and hit him, he's going to get hit. Most underrated player on the team.
Bench.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does a little everything. Does it well. Good piece of hitting.
Base hit. Really nice piece of hitting. Inside out swing. You know the conversation that's about to start happening on message boards everywhere.
Leatherwood Baker Harris now due up for the Rebels.
And so here's the deal. You don't bunt here because Baker's on deck.
Yeah.
And he's just
too strikeout prone.
Yeah.
I mean, Ole Miss, look, it's I guess you could recruit Bud, but they're a bad bunting team. Like, Mike doesn't trust very many of these guys to actually get the bunt down. So if you want to start playing percentages, if you got to factor in that 30% of the time they're not even going to get the bunt down, well, all of a sudden,
what are they doing?
oh, for Leatherwood?
That's dumb.
What in the... We're doing left, right.
He is so left, right. It's just... I know he's thinking slow toss, lefty, etc. Boy, you're asking for a double play ground ball right here, too.
Whew.
So now he's going to go bring in a right-hander.
And you just took your hitter out.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Colin brought a good point up. I think he's bunting. Van Cleve's the team's best bunter.
Okay.
So I think he is coming to sacrifice now. But I'm down 1 with a big inning possible on the road.
Well, you still got to get 6 outs with a bullpen guy that doesn't have command of his best pitch.
I'm trying to score at this point.
I am too.
Yeah, I think he's bunting. I'd still rather have Leatherwood in the game to hit, but I think he's bunting. If he's not bunting, then we're left righting for paralysis. But I think he's bunting. Yep. Yeah. Announcers being very biased, thinking a fat guy can't bunt.
Yes.
He's a singles hitter. He's not a power hitter. Everybody goes, oh, he's big.
Right.
Look at the stats, guys. Ooh, do you walk Elko?
Who's on deck? Top of the lineup?
No, Harris, DH.
Well, if you walk him, they're going to pinch run Plumlee.
So now Plumlee's coming in the game.
Plumlee's going to come run.
And then Harris is hitting.
Yeah. Whoever number 40 is in the...
They're running Garrett Wood, not Plumlee. I thought Harris, yeah. you think about using Elko there? You know they're going to walk in, but you get bases loaded out of it.
Not crazy about it. I'm not good with any of it. I would have let Leatherwood hit. I'm in the no bunting camp. I don't like bunts.
You and Lane?
I mean, unless I'm playing Game 7 of the World Series and I need one run to win the championship. There's the double play.
I'm going to be a little lucky if we get out of here without a brawl. Still with an inning and a half to go.
I want to see the replay. Did he keep his foot on the bag? Yep. Yes. Yeah, he's on the base. He's out.
All 6 runs for A&M off Frizzell home runs today.
He's had a hell of a day.
No, A&M was listless. Ole Miss allowed them and back into the game. There was plenty of opportunities to kind of put that away.
I don't like all the that's over managing the right left thingy on a day when who's to say Hightower's going to go throw zeros?
Yeah, you're not in the last inning.
He wasn't commanding in the last inning anyway. Beyond the home run, I mean, he did not have command of his stuff. Leatherwood's had at least 2 that I can think of really good at bats in this game. I don't know why you take the bat out of his hands. Mississippi State now up 3-2 still over South Carolina. That game in the top of the 9th. Tennessee and Missouri in the bottom of the 9th. In Como, Tennessee leads 10-1. It's been that score for a while. And Arkansas has taken a 4-3 lead over Georgia in the bottom of the 7th in Fayetteville. Well, for Georgia, that's a big game, and you're 11-12. If you got a series win at Arkansas, you'd have
you're in good shape.
Hell of a line on your resume. But if you lose, you're 11-13, and
you're in trouble.
You're in trouble. So it's the top of the order for Ole Miss in the 9th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for the love of God. They brought him in to lay down a sack bunt. Post-game handshake line's got a chance to be a little explosive. Oh, what's Mike upset about now?
If he gets tossed, he's out for a game.
Is he jawing at the A&M or at the umpire? I think he's upset about the I think he just got thrown out, Chase.
Yep. He got tossed leaving the dugout.
He's been upset about that outside, what he thinks is outside corner call for about 2 innings now.
Yeah, Leatherwood was 3 for 3 at that point of the game.
A reminder, there is no Zoom call for reporters today, so the people that are going to jump Chase and others for not asking all of the hard-hitting questions, they're not going to get an opportunity to ask hard-hitting questions until Tuesday night. So keep that in mind. Hasn't been a strike for 2 innings. Shane asks, is he out the next game or the next SEC game?
That's what I don't know. I need to look it up. They might have actually changed the rules. I don't know if I have an updated thing here, but I've got game misconduct directed at a game official from the head coach is same as first offense on first offense consequence, which is ejection from present contest, no suspension.
Okay.
So they may have changed the rule. I just looked it up.
All right, heading to the top of the ninth. Ole Miss 5, A&M 6. Ole Miss with the top of the lineup, needing one to tie. I have not checked on the rebelgrove.com message board.
It's not the happiest place on earth. It's not Disney World at the moment.
Not Disney World. Mississippi State and South Carolina now in the bottom of the ninth. That game still 3-2 Bulldogs in Columbia. Tennessee is a winner. A final today, beating Missouri 10-2, sweeping that series over the Tigers. And Arkansas still hanging on to a 4-3 lead over Georgia. That game in the bottom of the seventh in Fayetteville. Alabama and Vanderbilt canceled earlier today due to weather. South Carolina, by the way, has 2 on and nobody out in the bottom of the ninth.
In tax, good point. If they get a run here, even the bottom of the order has been decimated by all these changes.
Yeah.
You're playing with half a lineup now.
Well, it's just you're taking a guy. It'd be one thing if it had been Baker's spot in the lineup and you're like, hey, we got to do something here. We got to try to shake it up. But Leatherwood had really good at-bats.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me think, Chase, you and I had this conversation, so I'll say it on the record. I think Mike's listening to criticism this year.
More than usual.
Yeah. He didn't bunt earlier in the year, and people ate him up about it.
The young game outcome, and kind of like, if we get a run here, just get Frizzell back to the plate. See what happens.
From a theater standpoint, you wouldn't mind seeing 5 or 6 runs right here, and then Frizzell come to the plate because someone just might throw at him.
Grind, it goes by percentage points, so it just whatever team has the highest winning percentage will win the SEC. Ooh. 2 down. Up to Kevin Graham now. Barring a run, Rebels falling to 14-10 in the SEC.
It's one of those losses. If it sticks, this is one of those losses that hurts.
Oh,
this is a rough.
So
one.
many opportunities to get that one, kind of keep it going. I mean, you got Vanderbilt next week. I mean, nothing's given to you.
No,
you don't know what's going on with Hoagland. You got to.
And then Georgia's not terrible.
No, not at all. Over there, where they're playing for something that weekend. Yeah, this is.
Georgia this weekend is.
You're counting wins, and if you've gotten to 15 today, everything's kind of okay, no matter what. You're fine. You can kind of even 1-1 it a little bit and be all right. Yeah, this is a weird loss. It's a loss that's on Mike.
It's on Mike.
Yeah, Broadway was not sharp in that 7th. I don't know where that was.
It was off. And look, college umpires are going to miss strike ball calls. They just are. And so when you get worked up about that, sometimes I think you can get overworked. Nice piece of hitting to stay alive right there. He doesn't like to bunt, but he bunts. And it makes you wonder why he bunts. And I think the answer is because they feel pressure.
Okay. Will Frizzell beating the Rebels today. 2 home runs, including that grand slam.
He had one hell of a series. One hell of a game.
7 for 12, 5 home runs. Leatherwood 3 for 3, Dunhurst 2 for 4. McDaniel gave the Rebels plenty. Kimball and Doherty both okay, and then Broadway tagged for 3 runs, 3 earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, 2 hits, and 2 innings. Also had a balk in there. 3 flyouts, didn't throw a ground ball, 36 pitches, 24 strikes. So Rebels 14-10 in the SEC. UT Martin on Tuesday in a midweek game. I have no idea who's starting that. And then Friday, Vanderbilt, obviously all eyes moving toward Gunnar Hoagland's MRI tomorrow. Results of that whenever we hear. I don't know when that'll be. I assume it'll probably start leaking out tomorrow night, but nonetheless. Find out what's going on with Hoagland and the Commodores and the Rebels this weekend. As Neal said, Ole Miss goes to Georgia to finish the regular season. So 14-10 in the SEC. Appreciate you hanging out with us today. We'll do it again soon, and we'll talk to you with the normal Oxford Exxon podcast on Monday. Take care.